Hello everyone, how are we all doing? This is always fun. Hello. Right then, so hello everyone. Well, that's an interesting question. Carl, very interesting question. Oh, good lord. I need to move, don't I? That's what I need to do. That makes me look more like I'm looking at you all, rather than looking off to one angle or another angle. So let me see. Carl. You started off with an interesting question. What do I have coming up? And I'm going to go answer with... Honestly, at the moment, I cannot remember for the life of me. But if I open channel videos September to January 2022 to 2023 and have a look down the list and go from to the long patrols list, yes, I have an Excel spreadsheet. I know. People look at me and go, how you are not organised in any way, shape or form? And I go, surprisingly, I'm actually incredibly organised. I just am good at hiding it. We have coming up, we have Apollo, Descartes, Columbia, Diadem, Asama, and Cressy, because if you remember correctly, those vessels were the ones which won the vote. There was a vote, and those were the ones which won it. Now, speaking of specifically on the Kaiser Elizabeth and Kaiser Franz Joseph, I don't think I have got those booked into anywhere at the moment. However, there is actually something in coming up for you in the 60-second videos which might mention them, because on the Hot Tub Historian video scheduled for the 4th of January, which yes, I am going ahead with the Hot Tub Historian. I just think it's going to be fun. Whether or not I end up actually recording them in the hot tub, we'll see. To leave to one side, but you know, it'll be in a nicest way. You will know it's on a hot tub, but from below here will be on the water, because I wish to keep this very much PG related, and very much I don't want any of you being sick. So my theory is you're used to the top half of me, and you know, the rest can just hide underwater. But yes, there is something which is entitled Austrian cruiser policy. So you know, I'll refine it to late 19th century for you, so it's more focused in on those particular vessels, because I was thinking of doing those anyway. Oh, the Kaiserlichen Königlichen Marine, Kaiser Marine. We'll see. Right then, hello John Shea, hello Mark Harkness, hello Jack Ray, hello George W. Newman, hello Peter Dawson, hello Calvin Gasberg, hello Tanner Ferko, hello Tasha Shuvashel, hello 96831, hello Michael Cooch, Nautical Wolf, hello Cody 85, hello Mark Harkness, hello. Ooh. Let's make sure I have these timed. Quick question. What is the FSA custom emoji? I can't see it well enough, and it just says ASA FSA. The FSA, let me remind myself. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the FSA is firepower, speed, and armor. It's the equation you have to balance for ships. And it's basically, there is actually, there's a hat going around here somewhere which has it on. Oh yeah, you can buy it from my store, I think, still. I think I still have it up there on the store, but on the Spreadshirt store. But it's the sort of equation I put into a hat form and a few slides, which has sort of various things on it. That this was the first ever thing I got from my Spreadshirt store. I got myself from my Spreadshirt store. It's good. It's cool. It's a favourite of mine. There is some interesting things with the new formats for the, I have to admit, for the lives and for the on the YouTube. There are updates on it, and there are things going ahead. I'm fairly certain if I can, if you have subscribed to the channel, you should get notified. You will get notified in a slightly different way. I've got mine set up so that I have recorded videos, and then I have live streams. Instead of them being on separate tabs, the sort of one's listed in a sort of banner above the other. I'm not sure how I've got that version though, because everyone else are going tabs, and I had the tabs, and then I clicked something because it said customize your view, and I went, I don't like that, and I got that, and I don't know how I got it. So please, no one ask me to try and tell them how I got it, because I just clicked a button, and it happened, and I liked it, and I'm not going to click another button and lose it. So, sort of thing. Hi, John Sykes. Hi, Steve Richards. Hi, Seneca Nero. Anuk, hello. Hello, Amelia Burrow. Nice secondary for one. How do you convince the Iron Army to give the 4 Iron Dukes and Tiger to get more Nelson and Cressy class, given you need 3 battlecruisers to cover when Hood is not available? You have to, as said, as is put forward by Natasha to Rochelle, you have to convince everyone to allow you to do it. Everyone has to go through that process together, which makes it very interesting. So you have to convince the Treasury, you have to convince the Army, the Air Force, to not to fight you in Parliament over it. You have to convince all the other nations and all the other navies. Good luck. And let's be honest, the 3 Iron Dukes will not be a ship-for-ship exchange. Because whilst they are fairly tough FD ships, it's probably going to get you 2 more, not 3 more. I would say I have to admit, there's another reason I am shamelessly doing the shorts as I am and recording as many of them, and the reason I'm trying the Hot Tub Historian one. The Hot Tub Historian trick, I've been told, is because if you have water or something as an active background in a short, it gets shared even more. So my theory is, if I do those as Hot Tub Historian videos, those will get shared a lot more. And the reason for that, as you all know, is I do this because I want to share naval history with as many people as possible and, you know, spread the love. But also I enjoy chatting to people. And it's just, my theory is, give it a go. Do a few shorts. Currently I have 72 scheduled to record in the week I'm away. So I'm going to be doing some TV work. I'm going to be doing some writing while I'm away. I'm going to be doing... So basically, I'm going away for 5 days of research, writing, recording TV, recording shorts. I've got 72 to record while I'm away. Oh, good news, they'll provide a whole host throughout the Christmas period, and then hopefully take us all the way through till the end of June next year. And you're going to enjoy the fact that they're being grouped into three series. I've got Battle in 60 Seconds, which are various battles I'm looking at. I just thought that's quite cool in 60 seconds. Battle Cruisers in 60 seconds, so I'm taking an individual battle cruiser and I'm trying to talk about it in 60 seconds. So there's not going to be much there, but there's going to be a little bit about that battle cruiser. And Hot Tub Historian, which is where I deal with things like, well, the first one is going to be about Pong, and the first commercially successful video game and its effect on navies, how video games have affected modern navies. Just sort of little 60-second thoughts, basically. Anyway, let's get on saying hello to people, because that's important. So, when do missiles become more viable as guns than guns as main arms of warships? They became... Well, you see, it's not... Oh, good lord, how do I was running? Its viability is based on the fact that the range they give you, right? So it's basically like having really, really long range guns that are more likely to hit because they guide themselves at a target. More viable as main armament than guns. You had a period where really the ship-killing weapons were submarines and aircraft. And that's really the sort of 60s and 70s and 80s, just about. And then post-Falklands War, they start to really... They've been trying to pay up missiles before then, but post-Falklands War is when they really start to talk about missile strikes and missile threats. Hi DG40, hi Yickers. Maguch, I promise it shows past live streams. You will always find upcoming live streams, well, at least as long as YouTube allows me to, on my channel page. So you always find them listed and scheduled on the thing. I know I've got to update it with a whole load of stuff in now, but I will get there. Hello, Eric O'Can. Hello, Jane Earth. Hello, Christopher. How do things turn out with the car? Well, I've got my money back from the cut of the Volvo, and I spent the week driving around. Actually, let's see if I can get a copy of the picture. I'll send this a picture. I had a lovely Ford, which I've basically been driving around for last week. Yeah, I've got a picture of it somewhere, but I'm not sure where it is. Let me just track it down a bit. Hang on. I think I put it on WhatsApp. Perhaps I can get off that. But no, I had a nice Ford Estate from the lovely people at Enterprise, who I went to because Glyn always recommends them. And, yeah, they were good. It was a good car. What age did steel ships stop being viable to refit? See the German pre-giants of World War II. That honestly depends on how much you're prepared to spend. Some navies would say 30 years. Some navies would say as long as it still floats, you can still refit it. But honestly, there is a weight limitation. At a certain point, you get to a size, and this is the reason why ships grow so much in size. And honestly, it's one of the things I often find funny when people sit there and go, "Oh, ships need to be smaller." I go, "Yes. Well, what are you going to take out?" Oh, and by the way, please note, you better have a plan for in future what you're going to take out in the future, because things will grow. Inevitably, you'll have new capabilities come in that you'll want to fit in, and you won't have space for them because your smaller ship doesn't have the space to begin with. So, yeah, you can make ships smaller. We can all build ships smaller. We can build ships tiny if we want to. But you will soon have issues with capabilities because they just won't be able to be upgraded. And the bigger ships are easier to upgrade. One of the reasons why the Type 23s outlasted the Type 22s by quite so much, apart from that they were cheaper to run, is honestly one of the secrets about them, and my dad was involved in this, is they were designed with space. It wasn't enough space, they still had to chop and change stuff around, but they were actually designed with some space. And then Type 45s have been designed with more space. Type 26s are being the way the British designed them, the thing's practically frickin' empty. But leave that to one side. The Canadians and the Australians are ramming it full as hard as they can. I still wish they'd been building the largest. Why? They should just build the largest design of the frigate available. But then it would have been bigger than as big as the Type 45, and they'd all be worried about it. I've seen a reply attached to Tuva Shell. I have to admit that the coroner, I doubt anyone will be surprised that on the criteria, I'm fairly sure this Friday's comment response video is going to be on the Battle of Coronel video from last week, because that's just been massive. Hello Eric, hello Yickers. I know would other navies use pre-dreadnoughts and would have known that treaties were there. Seneca Nero? Probably. Let's be honest, the British were kind of useful. The British would have preferred to keep some of their dreadnoughts around. Let's be honest, if the British could have kept Tiger around, they'd have been very happy. And that is often an extra thing I put in, a small change to the world, just a small change. Keeping Tiger around just that little bit longer. And you can see her getting refitted with 14-inch guns. They've already making them for the King George V's. And that's suddenly a very useful ship you have extra out there with twin 14-inch guns wandering around. What does it do? Where does it turn up? It's probably going to turn up in secondary roles. So would it have been a third ship with 4C? Possibly. More likely, it would have been an extra ship with things like... Well, it could have been in the South Atlantic, hunting the Grass Bay, in which case she could have had a very nasty surprise if it turned out, ah yes, the South America division is together, and here is Exeter, here is Ajax, here is Achilles, oh, and here is Rear Admiral, whoever we've managed to find from somewhere to be Rear Admiral, in HMS Tiger, going, hello! I brought 14-inch guns to play. I hear you have 11 inches. Good luck. Bon vivants, my friend. Bon vivants. And fire. I'm sorry you can't fire back at this range, but I don't care. Yeah. And who knows, they might have worked out some of the things with the 14-inch guns and the platforms before the King George V, is that the case? Not all the problems, because most of the problems are down to the quadruple turrets being quadruple turrets. And as I've said before, with one gun you have one set of signs of problems. 2 guns in a turret, twin turret, you have double the problems. 3 guns in a turret, you have quadruple the problems. Okay? Because each one increases it. It's to the power of. And for 4 guns and turrets, as I said before, that's 8 times as many problems. It's just not good. And some people come and go, what about a quintuple turret? And you're going, there's just so much problems, it's all never going to work. Oh, I'm well behind. Top half with shirt on. No. It'll be hidden by water. My children, how do you know the upcoming ones have been scheduled on YouTube rather than just planned in the head of the presenter? Fair. I haven't updated everything yet. Hi, Felix B. Mark Himes, maybe if you yank all the secondaries and convert them to troop transports for their own portable fire support? Hello, Leslie. Hello, Wayne. Hello, Dwarf. Have I been on Discord today? Not yet. I have seen a lot of suggestions from you, Wayne, have come through. And one of them, I think, relies on me having skills in Spring Sharp, which I just don't have. Also, to extend a bit of timing, it's one of the things is... Let's put it this way, I would... If this got to the level of support, etc., that I could make YouTube and writing books my full-time work, there are many more things I have ideas, like some of the things you're actually suggesting, Wayne, that I would love to do. I'm not there yet. I need to get a few more books in circulation, which is why I'm working on the Kindle books more than anything, because I can get them out there myself without having to deal with the publishers. And without having to deal with other people. Which is always helpful. Which probably suggests that I'm difficult to deal with, but I would just say, so far, I'm not I am difficult. I'm difficult to deal with, mostly because my family just keeps getting hit by illness. Let's just leave it at that. And I'm the one who steps up. There's always one person in the family who seems to be the one who goes, "Yep, you have a problem? I'm here. You have a problem? I'm here." And that makes me a great member of the family. It makes me a terrible person to work with when you are wanting to get a book through by a specific time deadline. And I get the book to you, the things I've got to get to you by that deadline, and then, well, usually in advance, and you respond wanting changes before the deadline, and suddenly I don't have the free time to make those changes. The thing is, I'm not at a level in my career where I'm senior enough and exposed enough and famous enough where I can get away with that without people being very upset with me. And I understand why, because they want to make things as good as they possibly can do. And I want them to be as good as I possibly can do. But I also don't have the free time that I can just drop everything out. Melanie, hello, Melanie. Firepower, speed, armor, pick 2. 24 Arrantine free drums with 4 shafts and take all 3. Oof, we love it. John Sykes, just wondering, you said you had a lot of A. Clarks in your history. I wonder if the one on the hand to be Arthur C. Clarke 2001 fame. My dad did claim he was a cousin. Basically, if you find an Arthur, an Alexander, a Douglas Clarke, going back quite a long way, who has anything to do with the engineering world, there are a lot of them on my family. It's, to be honest, on the other side, my mum's side, it's Donald, Andrew, and also Alexander again. And there are a few Andrew Clarks, and there are a few Arthurs of my grandfather's name, Jacobs. It happens. They just like to keep to the names. Hi, Stafford. Hello, Mega Show. Is the script stream take question the stream, or it's a take question? I will be talking about books as well, but it's a take question the stream, Mega Show. It's always a chat on a Sunday. Basically, and please bear with me on this one, I do not like Sunday evening television. I find it incredibly boring, so I do this instead. I find it fun. My family goes and watches the television, and I come and talk to all you and answer questions, which I like. 24, 24, and we'll make that 30. And the book's reviews will start at about the half an hour mark. I'd also add, Melanie, I think you might have broken your back axle. It did look very compressed in the picture you sent me. After having driven 1,100 miles in the last 2 days and carrying 400 pounds of former military hardware. Now, with a 42,000-ton battleship limit at Russian infantry, given the Japanese, Italians, and French aren't able or can't build a ship up to that limit, Congress doesn't want to, how does a 42,000-ton Nelrod and hood affect things in World War II? A 42,000-ton Nelrod is a nightmare for anyone to deal with. Because you're taking ships which are 33,000 tons and giving them an extra 9,000 tons. Now, let's think about this. What will the British probably do? Well, they can out 9,000 extra tons. They can keep the armour the same. They can probably increase the speed, get them up to 28 plus knots, so they'd be the first true fast dreadnoughts, fast battleships. The question is whether they decide to keep the speed to 28 knots and maybe go with a fourth 16-inch turret, and so have 4 triple turrets, which they could do, and that would give the... Let's put it this way now. There is no scenario where a 42,000-ton Nelrods does not make World War II very, very scary for anything that comes across them. Because the main thing which was saving things like the Italian Navy and the Germans from having nightmares over the Nelrods was their speed. So any scenario where they have more speed becomes a nightmare. Any scenario where they have more speed and more firepower becomes the thing which causes people to start crying. Spontaneously. Effusively. Regularly. I mean, it's just not a nice thing to have coming your way. There's also the fact that the 42,000 ton, you have to think, is that's the limit. That then folds into the limit for the King George V's and the Iowas and all the other ships which are designed leading up to World War II. So you'd probably end up with, if they do go with the 14-inch guns again for the King George V's, you probably end up with them having 16 14-inch guns. At which point you have a new thing to enter the equation, because with 42,000 tons and 16 guns, and the way you could design it with that differential weight, you would probably have something in the equation which would be called a machine gun battleship. You've seen the machine gun cruiser meets the machine gun battleship. It will literally rain so many 14-inch shells down on you in any given moment that you will cease to see anything but 14-inch shells exploding around you. You will no longer have the ability to aim at your target. You will only have the ability to sit there and go, wow, that's a lot of water. Because there is a big difference between the 10 guns they were fitted with and the 16 they could carry under that scenario. The 6 extra 14-inch guns would make a difference. Hello, Michael Patton. Hello, Sly Cat. Hello, Short Mac. Hey, you become a supporter. Thank you. I've lost where I was, I think. I had it highlighted so I didn't lose where it was. I spotted that bit, read that bit. I found Sly Cat's message. Thank you, Sly Cat. You're never going to know, but the fact that you're called Sly Cat and you have a dog as your picture makes you very easy for me to find in the chat, and so you are incredibly useful. Daniel Politics. Hello, how are you all doing? Hello, Lions. Thoughts are nice cars. Yes, I will enjoy the brain exercise stuff. It's something there. If given the resources, how long would you refit and refit and re-refit a pre-dreadnought? How long is the hull design viable? Probably 25 years. Probably. Hello, Glenn. How crazy would a VLS-armed pre-dreadnought turn out and what a turn modern destroyer be? It would be interesting. I would have to see some pictures before I started really working on that one. So anyway, has there ever been a refit after the Age of Sail where a ship got turned into a shipper category smaller? There were a number of destroyers in World War II which turned into frigates post-World War II with the anti-submarine warfare fast ship conversion. Because frigate was the anti-submarine ship. So, yeah, there have been a few. Next one. How likely is it the N3s would have gotten 12, 16, 7, 9, 18-inch gun, the issues the British 18-inch gun had? Okay, so, Knights, everyone, you're basing this on the 18-inch guns which had to be severely adjusted, and we're all fairly certain they had to be severely adjusted to fit on the Furious. Because Furious was not designed with 18-inch guns in mind, and then someone insisted on fitting an 18-inch gun. And the reason you can tell it wasn't designed with 18-inch guns in mind is because they were going to fit it with single turrets. Now, the British at this point were not fitting any ship with a single gun turret. Why? Because whilst, yes, 2 guns does double the problems in a turret, it makes it easier from a salvoing and targeting perspective. And really, you don't want anything less than 6 guns. They had to set 4 on the Courageous and Glorious, and that wasn't exactly popular. So you can tell a ship isn't designed for it, and they're going to have to modify that gun for it. So the 18-inch gun that's fitted on the Furious is not the 18-inch gun which is in development. So I would say they'd have kept the 18-inch guns. And they'd have made them work. Just like they kept the 16-inch guns on their nail rods and made them work instead of going, oh, it's not working, let's change to a 15-inch straight away. No, they don't. They'd go with the 18-inch gun. Amelia Barrow, UK get to keep the Tiger and battle cruisers would all be used as escorts? They'd be used with fast carriers. Collins 9. The Graf Spey could have fired back at Tiger. Not necessarily hit or damage, but had the theoretical range. It's a theoretical range on a ship which hasn't been out at sea for months on end in salt water and all of the deterioration that causes. Its theoretical maximum range theoretically allows it to fire back in the general direction of a 14-inch gun-armed HMS Tiger. The reality is, probably wouldn't be able to. If it did, that would be a feat of engineering worthy of comparison with, I don't know, the fact that the the second Pacific Squadron managed to actually make it out to the Pacific. More pots, more barrels, more problems. Yep. Savsons, if a real battlecruiser was there, then would they have mistaken the other cruiser for destroyer still? Or would she have made a smoke and run? Well, the whole point about the Graf Spey is she couldn't run. She couldn't really outrun them. She could, with the firepower, etc., she could keep them at bay far enough against the 6-inch cruisers, but she couldn't even really outrun the British cruisers because she couldn't fasten them. She definitely couldn't go fast enough to outrun Tiger. Especially a Tiger which would likely be modernised and had to have had new boilers at some point in this period, so probably is faster, or at least as fast as she was. I think it would have been a case of she'd probably still mistaken the light cruisers for destroyers. She might have actually, it might have made them even seem smaller, if you know what I mean, because with a battle cruiser sitting there, all big and pretty, they're going to look even smaller in comparison. So, who knows what, they might even think that, well, considering she's got 6 guns, they could make anything Exeter's an Aerofuser class. And so that's 2 destroyers and an Aerofuser, because they could think they're taking on a light cruiser, 2 destroyers and a, well, they would. It wouldn't take them long to figure out they were facing on 14-inch guns and realise they were dealing with something which was pretty hefty. Pretty hefty. Hello, Hellshot. I've been playing UAD and kept my pre-dreads into the 40s with refits. Lucky you. Hello, Bazatsky. Hello, Rapido's back. Hi, everyone. You're having fun with the emojis. Wayne, it's not. It's too ambitious, mainly because of timing and skill set, and that it's something I would actually love to do, but I need to learn to be better with Spring Sharp for starters, and I need more time. That's right. I'm not sure if I asked before. If in timeline where there is no British Empire decline, isn't Greenpeace Rainbow Warrior being sunk by the French in the Port of Auckland going to be worse for France? It's probably going to annoy, well, Britain even more than it did. It annoyed New Zealand and Australia, but it's going to annoy Britain even more than it did. See, Richard, how's the research with the triple turret going? We're still working on it. We're doing well. I think we're going to find something interesting out. Hey, Jimby. Hi, Colin Karen. And we've got renames in family. Only 2 people named Amelia in my family. Mostly Susan or Andrea. Hey, look, if I want to get hold of any of my family members, especially of the female variety, I have the option of 4 names to pick from. Mostly. 5. Actually, no. Let's see. So there's Sophie. There's Karen. There's Christine. There's Elizabeth, and there's Mary. And the vast majority of them, if they don't have Mary as their first name, have Mary as their second name. It's quite disturbing. If you shout out Mary, you can get at least 40 heads to turn your way at a family gathering. At least. It's fun. Remember, shamelessly plugging your own book is hysterical, but could you recommend companion reading? Actually, I will be doing some companion reading actually today as well for that one, and that's actually where one of these books comes in. Because I was doing some work on Corvettes over the way. I was writing some Corvette stuff. So that's what I personally enjoy the Santa class of the jobs I've applied for. Unfortunately, I may only be able to make the Santa classes. Well, you're always appreciated wherever you can, though. Flying out, Brassey, will you take a few minutes to tell me about the Iver Hoodfelt frigate from the Danish Navy, whether it's a good ship or not, and what makes a good ship or a bad ship? The Iver Hoodfelt is a class. Yeah, I'm supposed to be into books, but I will actually answer that question because I like the Iver Hoodfelt class. As anyone who's listened to me on Bilge Pumps will certainly have heard, I do like the Iver Hoodfelt class, and so does actually Drac and Jamie. It's rare. There are pretty much no classes we actually all agree on. The Iver Hoodfelts... The Iver Hoodfelts are pretty much... I'm trying to think of which class which all 3 of us agree on that we all think is good. And I'm basically coming to the Iver Hoodfelt. Iver Hoodfelt is a very good class. They have a well-balanced design for the Danish Navy. We're always liking the Stanflex system, especially the next generation modules. They look really good. Basically, the Danish have got a small fleet, and they produce a very useful, very capable vessel to fit within that. And I just wish they had the budget to have more of them, because I think they'd be a really, really useful addition for NATO to have. And I think they'd also be something which would be sensible for other small nations to look into, mainly because the Stanflex system is good. However, I do point out, and I will say this, the Stanflex system is a little bit like Apple. Okay? If you buy the Stanflex system, yes, you're getting an amazing system, but you're going to be limited to Stanflex products. So, you either have to pay for it to be made compatible with Stanflex products, or you have to go with the Stanflex products. Yes, you have the Stanflex option, so you can swatch things out and make your ship really, really useful, and really, really adaptable, and really good maintenance-wise, and all those economies. But, yeah, it is a limit. So, it's one of those things. And this is coming from someone who actually doesn't own any Apple products, because he doesn't like being locked in. yet really likes the stand flex system. So I do realize, I recognize that duality within my own personality. Stafford, you've always given a lot of help. Financial is lovely and greatly appreciated from the people who can offer it. But frankly, I like everyone who turns up and chats. And people who turn up and do as much as you did. You would organise so much for us in Canada that, frankly, yeah, no. Can I answer the question you put on the Forbin one? The reason the Forbin's not going to get a comment response is I do one a week on a comment response. And I will probably go back to some of the other ones and answer interesting questions at some point. But the point is, I always go with the video which has had the most comments. Ah, there you go. So, my first, not a natural historian, no worries, Megascro. No, let's put it this way. My rule on being a historian is you have to be passionate about it and willing to share your passion with other people. And that's, to me, what makes a historian. Passionate, knowledgeable, passionate enough to become knowledgeable, and you then share that knowledge with other people. Because I hate when people have all the knowledge they can and they don't share it with anyone. I sort of go, what's the point in doing it? The whole point of history is to pass it on. Learn it. Like an infectious disease, but it has more pleasant results. Self luxurious theme, iron plate and frame, but rest wooden as such. What do you use to channel? Coming from the Draken and the build channel. Comparison between Gannet, which my knowledge, and this is, didn't even know they asked me quite similar, would make for a nice comment response. There are some interesting differences between them. Gannet is very much an Imperial presence cruiser. The Forbins end up being used as that in some extent, but also are used to an extent as second line. Basically, if the Forbins had been built by the British and used the British, they would have been used as supersized Gannets. But they were built by the French. And they were built by the French for... Well, it's one of those things, again, they have this clear vision and then they build the actual ship and the ship is muddled as anything. But they are interesting. It's interesting to compare the two. I might add that in as a comparison in the hot tub histories, because I have a few of those spaces still going. Okay. Hello, Sean, quickly. Rapid raise back. Look like, what could you pack into 42,000 tons at the expense of armor today? A lot. If you were building something of 42,000 tons, basically, if you weren't going nuclear powered, you would be being stupid. And then you can pack in so much. You'd be talking a full helicopter suite. Probably a launching and recovery bay at the back, and hundreds upon hundreds of missiles. And guns, and everything you can think of. That in its early form, with the full surgery, it looks like a super Gannet to me. How accurate is it, and how could it have done that role position French UK? I would say, in terms of it could have been used in that position as a super Gannet if they'd wanted to. If they'd really wanted to, but they didn't ever. They didn't. That wasn't really, how to put this politely. It has that option. It does look superficially similar to that, and would certainly be used in that role by the British. But it's not what the French are thinking about it for, because the French are, in that particular time period, so obsessed with the Juno Col, it's absurd. Oh no, did anyone see the New Jersey channel going on the Russian battleship and high carrier plans? I think I have watched that. John Sykes, we got in a big discussion on Drax's website about the movie accuracy versus storytelling. Drax really went off on the most recent Midway versions. That doesn't surprise me. I have more time for Pearl Harbor than I do for Midway, and Midway, I haven't managed to watch the whole way through. Hello, some video photographer. Sean going, if the machine gun battleship doesn't hit you, it will just put you on the by way of water splash the board. Yep. Hello, history edit. Wayne's well decided. Well, 42,000 neurons. What does that drive Japan to make the Yamato class then? Okay, well, you've all seen how big Yamato and... Well, let's put it this way. The 42,000-ton nail rods with, let's say, 28 knots of speed and 12 16-inch guns are going to affect the US's production facility. So the US are going to go for that, which means the Japanese are going to have to design their things to be bigger because they're supposed to be theoretically capable of taking on two of their ships. So of the new generation standard. So they're probably going to try and go for something with 12, 18-inch guns, but goodness knows how big it's going to be. And honestly, whether they actually manage to complete it or not. It could well be a massive pair of hulks that the Allies find at the end, sitting in Japan at the end of World War II. I'm sorry, 16, 14-inch Pinterels will be firing so many 14-inch piercing shells. This mark is going to be distracted that Hood can make it to a broadside and send nasty 15 shells. Surprise. Yes! Would a 16-gun King George V make Yamato-style main battery A gun shells useful? Potentially, it would certainly make it interesting. Remember, at what point do you have so many guns your magazines are too small versus a high combined rate of fire that you run the magazines dry? Oh, that's part of the factoring in. You would have to factor in enough for shells. You would be talking about 250 plus shells per gun. That's a lot of shells. We're talking somewhere region of 4,000 plus shells would need to be carried by each ship. I've finally got my university list down to about about 8, and now go and visit them. Enjoy. Killer Binful, hello. Question: could an argument be made that the Grom class of Poland were better than R&D's better Royal Navy destroyers than the Royal Navy destroyers of the period? I would say the Groms were pretty much on parallel with the Tribals, in that they represented that portion of the RN destroyer policy. And I would say that they were frigating essential when it was realised quite how useful the Tribals were going to be, and quite how short they were. So basically, filling in the gaps between the Tribals coming online, then the Commonwealth Tribals, as I tend to call them, the Australian and Canadian ones coming online, and then the Battle class coming online, which was literally right at the end of World War II. World War II had lasted a bit longer, you'd have seen a few of them in service, but World War II didn't, so the Battle class didn't get... Only one of the Battle class got to the Pacific in time. If you didn't have them, you'd have been very, very short. Where was it? Has there ever been a refit rebuild so extensive they consider rename or reclassification because they came out was so rapidly different than what went in? Oh. No, because if they reclassify it or if they rename it, then Treasury will count that as a new ship. Reclassifying it downwards is okay, because frigates sound cheaper than destroyers. But reclassifying it upwards, no, you don't do that. Apart from the US Navy sort of did by turning some of their destroyer leaders into cruisers and frigates, and it got weird. The US Navy had some weird ship naming policies in about the 1950s. In the 1950s, it's just weird. So anyway, could you fit the 16-inch guns of the 20th century on the 16.5-inch HMS Victoria? Probably not, because they're a lot longer. And that's part of the reasons why I talk about the 18-inch gun on Furious. Because the 18-inch gun on Furious, and as was fitted onto other ships like World 1, I think is shortened. Because there is no reason the British are going to design a gun with that smaller caliber, that sort of shorter barrel. They know all the problems of it. That's not going to be a design barrel. And you sort of sit there and go, you've had to shorten it because of the fact you're putting onto the Furious hull. My gosh, if you could magically bring one 19th century warship to present day to study, be a museum ship, which ship would you pick and why? HMS Warspite. And two reasons. One, because she was very cool and very interesting design, and I would like to study her more. And two, because then I could really torture my good friend Drakenfell, because the Warspite he really loves wouldn't be here, but the Warspite, which is his second favourite, is here, and he'll be sitting there going, I'm both happy and upset at the same time, and I'd be going, Mwahaha. Although I'd still be annoyed because none of my destroyers are here. I only have Hyder, and I've been told officially I'm not allowed to camp next to her. Speaking of which, I need to sort out that footage. Hello, RG. So how do you solve the issues discovered on the BL 18-inch 40 Mark 1 for the BL 18-inch 45 Mark 2? Well, they've just told you how to solve it. They've changed it, they've added another 5. They've turned it from a 40 to a 45. They've solved it. That's like 90% of the issues of the gun solved. I think, Sean quickly, yeah, I think someone did work on inflatable screens, but in the end it didn't work out. Well, it didn't work out because it also covered guns and caused other weird things for them. So they just built full ships in the first place. Ships which basically the only working guns on them were the AA guns. That's right, if the surviving Crown Colony class had been given the proposed guided missile cruiser conversion, how long do they last and how much use would they be? What replaces them? They'd probably still be in a service in the Falklands War period. Because if you think about it, well, maybe. Probably. Whether they're still around the Falklands War would be interesting. Could well have been. And what replaces them would probably be destroyers, and maybe that's what the Bristol class are. The replacements for the cruisers, and the Type 42s are replacements for the air defense destroyers. How would it change if Americans got 76mm? A modern 76mm auto for the Italians of World War II would change the war massively by giving them a massive increase in air defense capabilities. The Grass Bay also had her torpedoes still, didn't she? So between the covered turn and the amount of firepower at range would have been what would have dealt with would have caused the problem. Cody 85, what would the oldest battlecruiser be that would still be viable in World War II, and what would cruiser look like if Invincible was used as a counter-cruiser standard for the Washington and London treaties? Ooh. Well, if you're using an HMS Invincible, if you're using HMS Invincible as your cruiser standard, and I should be getting into it. I've got a good book to start off and discuss this period, but if we use the 1907 HMS Invincible, which of course has a tonnage of roughly 17,500 tons in sort of standard. So if you're using 17,500 tons and 12-inch guns, there you go. At that point, your heavy cruisers are going to be 12-inch guns and 17,500 tons. And that's going to be what you're going to be doing. What will they be armed with in terms of 12-inch gun and 12-inch? I'm not sure. But also, that's going to change, because if you got... Okay, that's the point. So, let's say you do that with heavy cruisers. You say your heavy cruisers can have up to 12-inch guns. They're going to have 12-inch guns, because at that point, they do start to make sense with 12-inch guns. So they're all going to be sort of Alaskas by World War II. Because that's sort of the same period. You're looking at sort of an Alaska sort of level ship. You probably have to set it so light cruisers again would be 6 inches. So the difference will be light cruisers allowed up to 6-inch guns. Maybe you go 8-inch guns, but then you have to let destroyers go higher. So you probably have destroyer. Would you let light cruisers go to 8-inch guns? If you're setting 17,500 tons as your limit for your heavy cruiser, your capital ship is probably going to have to be set to slightly higher. So that's probably going to have to be about 40,000 tons. You probably have to go with. You probably have to set their gun limit to 18-inch guns, because you'd want clear boundaries between them and the cruiser. And if the cruiser is allowed to 12-inch, then 16 is not enough, because if you consider it, they're allowed 8-inch, and then the 16-inch is set as, which is double. Now, in the nicest way, no one's going to set the limit at 24 inches, because no one's there. But 18-inch is probably viable, because there has been some 18-inch guns already, so no one's going. Not really letting the cat out of the bag. So 18-inch guns and 40,000 tons is going to become the limit for the cruisers on for the capital ships on that scenario. We go down. We get to cruiser. You're going to have heavy cruisers, which are 17,500 tons and 12-inch guns. You're going to have light cruisers, which are probably going to be 8-inch guns, and probably going to trade them down by about a third, which is going to be roughly 11,500 tons. So they get an extra 1,000 tons, 1,500 tons of standard, which could make it very interesting for the things like the counties, etc. Destroyers, you're dropping down again. Could well introduce a destroyer leader at this point, which would be a vessel up to 4,500 tons, and then destroyers will be limited to below 3,000 tons, maybe even below 2,000 tons. Depends what you differential you're talking about. And then you have your sloops as well, and your other Article 8 ships. So yeah, that would be sort of what would happen. As for the treaty effects on things, you have Japan having super cruisers. You have probably very quickly the 12-inch cruisers. Their job becomes reconnaissance and escort of carrier, but also it suddenly makes a case of, do we want to keep the it makes it. It's going to sound strange. It makes a difference on which ships you keep if you have those ships entering service, because they become your fast arm, very capable of being a fast arm. At which point do the British really want to keep Renown, Repulse, and Hood around, and Tiger around? They might want to change them earlier because they can, or there again, keeping them around as, let's say, squadron heads and having task forces which were centered on one of those capital ships and some of those cruisers and a carrier would be a pretty effective surface radar combatant system. Nice readers. If I was the first Sea Lord in beginning of 1930s, how would I change the Royal Navy? How would I change the Royal Navy? In 1930. With hindsight, I'm probably going to start a program of phasing out my experimental carriers and replacing them with purpose-built carriers earlier, especially of the Ark Royal size and class. Without hindsight, I'm probably going to campaign to make my carriers bigger and get more carriers, because in 1930 I have got a lot of naval aviation going, and that's the fastest growing area for me that makes sense, and it fits with Royal Navy's talks at the point in 1930s. And this is one of the things you can see about the fact there's a disconnect between the people negotiating London treaties and the people actually building and conceiving of the Navy, because they are not arguing for the same, obsessing over the same things. I would also go and find whoever was the 14-inch gun salesman and probably bash them over the head. No, I'd probably start investing in an improved 15-inch gun because that's the easiest way I can upgrade my ships. And 15-inch and improved turrets. And I would start upgrading them because, again, if I can upgrade turrets, I can upgrade boilers, etc., and get speed up and sort of armor up on all my ships, then that's good. And if I can get bigger carriers and the better carriers and services better. If I don't have hindsight, it's probably I get rid of. Well, I'm not going to get rid of Hermes because she's cheap and does what she does. But I might get rid of Argus, Furious, and Eagle. Probably in the order of Argus, Eagle, Furious. And then possibly Hermes. Lions, I'd really like comments on a nice video about how you can tell Germany's going to war by if they're making 88 and 11-inch guns. Yes, it does happen. Possibly Stafford, but also there's the fact that the range is going to still be a factor. RG, in Ruled Waves 2, I usually create fast pre-dreadnoughts. How useful would ships of this type be historically? Very useful. Thank you, Tanafelica. Jimby sounds like Goodfellas. It is quite scary. That's it. Follow-up questions. What would the consequences would be France, the British Empire, after they sunk the Rainbow Warrior? They'd be having lots of diplomatic issues, but no one's going to declare war over sinking of a Greenpeace ship. Mainly because Greenpeace, you manage to annoy too many. Look, they're good people. They do lovely things, but they are also can be incredibly annoying. So, because quite often because they're in certain periods, quite often because they're right, and sometimes just because they're persistent. And yeah. Oh, I haven't fallen back a month of time, although it would be fun to do so. I just forgot to change it, didn't I? Let's see if I can find November. Well spotted. November! Thank you, Nook. Ooh, right. My god, we know we have to get you, Drac, and Lasbig to do a collaboration. The Snark would be epic. The Stark would be disturbing. I'm listening to Red Storm Rising and keep thinking no Navy has enough convoy escorts today to meet their needs. They didn't have enough in the Red Storm Rising. Google always lies, Stafford. That does sound like an answer. Paul Eswick, Type 83 paper. Two perfectionists writing a paper together. It's not good. Hello, Bishon. Cool, Colin Cameron. Hello, C. McDevitt. It's true. Went to 2 National Maritime Museums on Wednesday. Very underwhelming. Not have enough technical and operational history. Fun times. Take care, Glenn. Yeah, there are some fun. Actually, speaking of that, I'm planning on visiting them quite soon. So I'll tell people, if people are interested, I'll tell them when I'm going to be around. And come say hi. Dana Phillips, can't they reach an entente accord with the emus, or do they think the emus would negotiate a separate piece of China? No, they can reach a sort of entente with the emus, but in nicest way, emus do not negotiate. Emus just win. Emus do not understand the concept of a negotiated victory. For them, a victory is when their claw, their feet are firmly on your neck and their beak is facing you in the eye with the knowledge that they can deliver the killer blow when they need to. Emus do not negotiate. Emus do not consider surrender. Emus do not consider anything apart from total and utter victory and your death. So, in the nicest way, do not wage war versus the emus, and do not invade Australia. You think you are fighting the Australian army. You will go prepared to fight the Australian army. You'll be wiped out by the emu army. You'll be wiped out by the emus. They have never lost a war and are not going to lose one now. Next one, I'm talking about gun barrels. There are mentions about differences between wound and built wound and built up guns and wire up to construction inferior. Who used which and which was true? Well, it's not so much as who used which as different gun manufacturers use different ones, and there's rules for it. It's an entire video. It's an entire subject, that one. Did the Japanese ever completely test fire any 20-inch guns from a Super Mega auto? I'm honestly not sure, because most sources I've read have said no. But there was a source which I was reading the other day, which was translated from Japanese, which seemed to suggest they might have. Jim B, all ships larger. No, that wouldn't mean... You have to remember the tonnages were allocated were based on those number of... the ships at the maximum number of hulls. So, again, if you've got 11,500 tons as your tonnage limitation, and so that's timed by a certain number, that creates your tonnage limitation. So, let's go with the capital ships. In the Royal Navy, instead of being allowed 35,000 tons by, I think it was, from memory, 16. Or was it more than that? Anyway, they'd be allowed that by 40, they'd times, let's say it's 16, which is going to be fun for my maths, because, you know, that's 8 times 70,000 tons, which of course is 2 times 280,000 tons, which of course is 560,000 tons. They would be 16 times 40,000 tons, which, again, excuse my maths, is 640,000 tons. That's all they do. That's how the maths was worked out in the first place. It'll be a case of, we are going to keep with this, we have allowed bigger ships and we allowed we'll limit the tonnage down smaller. They worked out the ship standard tonnage and then they worked out the allowance. So that would adapt things. So again, the British could actually get more ships, because they could still build them smaller if they wished to. But again, there's a limit to how small you can build. If everyone else is building 17,500 ton ships with 12-inch guns, well, you can't really get away with going, I'm going to build a 10,000 ton ship and it's going to be able to fight them. No, it won't. But the British might go for 6 12-inch... They might go for 3 triple turrets, 9 12-inch guns, and... You could probably get that on 15,000 tons. And then if you're allowed, let's say, 20... Well, if you're allowed 20... Or let's say 18. Let's say you're allowed 18 at 17,500 tons. You can probably get, because you'd be saving 2,500 tons per ship, you've probably got yourself enough for another 3, so you can get yourself 21 instead of 18. Jimmy, we think it's the fleet down. Always. That's right. RN, J's, K's, and LDDs. How do you rate them against the IJN, KM, and Kriegsmarine USN? Better than the Kriegsmarines by a long way. IJN USN's probably equivalent to their contemporaries, if not slightly better in certain circumstances, but slightly less capable in other circumstances. So that's why I say broadly equivalent. Pretty much, Knights around 15-inch 45s would have got them. Thank you, Jack Ray, for gifting memberships. Would I be right to think the US law that bans any foreign nations' fishing ships from fishing as far as 200 miles off the US east and west coast is going to cause a diplomatic morale? Probably not, because it is your exclusive economic zone, so theoretically you control the licensing anyway, and you're basically just saying no one's going to get the licenses. It will cause a row, but not the row you're thinking of. It's going to cause a row over licensing, which is going to be something which we'll debate, but probably the main nations which will be affected will be Canada and Canada and Mexico. And to be honest, Canada and Mexico will probably get some sign of workaround within the North American Free Trade Association. There'll probably be some sort of scenario played into that. It'll be, you can't unless you're also allocated through the NAFTA program or something. Alright, do you think the Doolittle raid could have been done with P-38s instead of B-25s? It could have been done with P-38s, but I prefer it's better to do it with B-25s. The Night History of Type 83 paper will go up on SimSec's website when we finish it. True, Christopher. History. Where's the best place to find naval history papers? I like Global Maritime History, but that's mainly because I'm an editor on there when I actually get something to edit. Wayne's World, how come my questions always need a full video to address? Because you ask long questions and I don't do short answers. How would you justify replacing a supersonic naval strike aircraft with a subsonic one? What do I want the subsonic one to do? That's it, basically. I think if you ratify Doom class, you have 200 miles of AEZ, which I think includes fisheries, but and I'm not sure, has the United States actually ratified UN class? I'm not sure if they have. Lions, I've recently been listening to a lot of Glenn Stewart's sci-fi books. It's amazing how even in a book I get the balance of escorts and cavalry ships right, but we cannot today. Welcome to the world of treasuries. Yeah, guy, combat radius is similar. P-38 has a greater payload, believe it or not, but not sure if sacrificing external tank compromises its combat radius. Yeah, it's the sacrificing is of the fuel tank. I think that's what gets you the problems. And Jimmy, thanks. So just more expense. Yes, more expense. But conversely, actually, ships of that size would probably help to keep shipyards going better, which would enable Britain to have more the maritime industry for when war actually kicked off in World War II, so actually protect them a bit more. And there is the Convention of the Continental Shelf since 1958, but that's been folded into UNCLOS, so it's all fun. Rapidoso, what happens if easy airspace or territorial waters overlap in cases where land masses are less than 24 miles apart? Welcome to the joy that is the English Channel, and welcome to the joy that is Anglo-French relations. And one of the reasons why there is almost always a spat going on, which the papers can increase and say is a massive dispute between governments, when usually it's more of a case of various notes going backwards and forwards and going, really? And then you add in the joy of the Channel Islands. Just makes things fun. My coach, just having a bet myself, by the time you get to this comment you still want to review the first book. Cruelty. Cruelty. True, but cruelty. That's it. If Hood's fuel tanks hadn't ruptured and burned when she broke up, most likely from the shockwave phenomenon that ruptured Concorde's tanks, and started leaking out over 80 years, who's ever cleaning out the oil and monitoring the leak for her wreck? That would be the British Royal Navy. Mark Harkness, A1 Skyraider. The Air Force actually begged to find out how much to restart production of a then 20-year out-of-date plane because of its carrying ability and loiter time. Yep. Would that save Palmer's Ironworks and Shipworks? Probably not, because they'd already gone by that time pretty much, but yeah, it could save a few. Daniel Parks, 23 nautical miles between two nuclear powers. God has a sense of humour. A dark sense of humour. Yep. It's true. So, finally, I have got to the book. Let's update the timings. It's now 01:20. .15 is what I'm going to put the other one for. And then I'm going to divide the other things into questions. Chat response, let's call it. Let's say 35. Chat response. .55. 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 8. Part 8. Bum-ba-dum. And writing, we have a really cool one, because considering we talk about 1900 early books and sort of pre-dreads, here you go, pre-dreads. The Naval Annual. This is Elibron Classics one, and this is one I liked because I tend to buy both copies. Okay, if it's available, I will track down the actual copy, a copy of the book of the Brassey's Annual. This is my 1939. This is very cool and one of the ones I took with me on holiday. And I will also track down this. I've got a 1900 coming, but I also have this. And why do I do that? Because I like one I can use and abuse, and to an extent loan out to students, because one needs to do this. It has the drawings in, which is why I like Brassey's. And some of these drawings are nice and big. This, by the way, is, believe it or not, this is HMS Hood. Yeah, this is HMS Hood before she grew to 42,000 tons. Well, yeah, this is the pre-dreadnought one. She's cute. And one of my favourites, as always, HMS Renown. I'm always believing there should be an HMS Renown in the Royal Navy. I like Renowns. They have a tradition of being very good for the Royal Navy, and as well as being good flagships for Jackie Fisher, and of course there's a Royal Sovereign there. So, you know, you have lots of these. You have good articles in here, you have good discussions, you have Conde, Goa, and Sui, our French friends. And for Germany, meet the Kaiser Heinrich, the Kaiser Frederick III, Kaiser Karl the Gross, Kaiser Wilhelm II, and Kaiser Wilhelm the Gross. They're looking cute. They do look very cute. Plus, of course, it has the good articles in here. And, yeah, here's one which you'll find interesting. One of the most notable, memorable events in connection with naval engineering in the last year was a very tragic nature. On July 21st, the destroyer Bullfinch was on trial in the Solent, and when running between 29 and 30 knots, the high-pressure connecting rod of the starboard engine parted at the fore end, and the cylinder itself was broken for 2/3 of its circumference. The result was terrible. Steam escaped through the cracked cylinder and filled the engine room, and 11 men were killed. The engineer to the vessel, Mr. W.A. Dafon, of our Royal Navy, escaped by dropping on his hands and knees and crawling to a ladder, up which he ultimately climbed, and though he was so overcome that he would have fallen back had he not been caught, he was able to go forward and report the accident to the lieutenant in command. There is a lesson in this that is worth impressing. Steam is lighter than air, and dry air is a very bad conductor of heat. Escaping steam will therefore remain in the upper part of an engine room, and that section may be at an exceedingly high temperature, whilst the lower part will be comparatively cool. It is quite probable that there would be a greater safety in lying down on an engine room floor and waiting until the steam cleared off, rather than penetrating to the upper zone by climbing a ladder. That, of course, does not apply if the steam was escaping in a downward direction, so that the air and steam became well mixed. It took only 2 minutes in the Bullfinch to close the stop valves and shut off steam. A fact due to the presence of mind of Mr. Taike, the contractor's engineer, who also behaved admirably, being lowered into the engine room, which was full of steam, in order to render what assistance he could to the injured men. The way in which the connecting rod gave way and the cause that led up to it are the points of interest to the engineer. The rods were of steel made by Messrs. Camel and Co., the design being that of the contractors Earl's Shipbuilding Company, and approved by the Admiralty. Now there are two general ways of forming the little ends of a marine connecting rod. One is by having a long fork or jaws and fitting the gudgeon pin into it so that the pins move with the fork. The other is to fit the jaws of the connecting rod with braces, the pin being in one with the piston rod. The Bullfinch had the short-jawed connecting rod with braces. The rod was 3.5 inches outside diameter and had a 2-inch hole bored through the centre, thus forming it into a tube. The rod gave way by a vertical split developing in the rod just below the fork. This proceeded a little distance and then the rod parted, with the disastrous result stated. The designers of the engine attributed the mishap to the material, whilst the steel makers were of the opinion that the design of the rod was at fault. The Admiralty authorities were inclined to think that the design and material should share the blame between them, a splitting of the difference which perhaps met the justice of the case. It was calculated that the metal would not be stressed to as much as 7,000 pounds the square inch, whereas the minimum test was 30 knots, and the maximum test 35 knots, which it is pressured the test pieces forged on the rod, in accordance with Admiralty requirements, withstood. It is, however, extremely difficult to estimate what the maximum stress on the rod might be. Of course, it would be easy if the problem could be solved statistically. That would simply need some multiplying of the number of square inches of a section in the piston into the maximum steam pressure in pounds per square inch and adding a factor of safety. The number of revolutions at which the engine was running at the time was about 392 per minute, so that the direction of the stress was changed about 13 times a second. It is hardly necessary to state that a quickly changing stress is far more trying to material than one of equal intensity that is constant. It was not, however, the tension and compression in line which the axis of the rod that caused the material to rupture, as the rod was split or cracked at first in the direction of its length, and only gave way transversely as a secondary result. The origin of the mishap has not yet been cleared up. In defence of the design, it may be said that the arrangement has been largely used for marine work, and as far as I am aware, has never led to such a result before. On the other hand, every care seems to have been taken in selecting and preparing the steel. The analysis was good, and a great pair of the ingot. No, a great part of the ingot, of the ingot from which it is made, about 1/2, was rejected. Moreover, the rod was not again heated after being annealed. There was a disposition in some quarters to blame the design because a greater cross-section was not allowed. It being considered that a saving in weight of 25 pounds, that due to the boring the rod, was a very small gain not worth speaking of in fact. No doubt this would be true were it a stationary part, say an engine pillar under consideration. But a connecting rod is a moving part, and when it moves so rapidly, as in the case of Destroyer's engine, the inertia strains become of enormous importance. So the addition of metal may become, under such circumstances, a positive source of weakness. It's a very interesting book to read, and I do enjoy these. And as I said, this is a good reproduction. I haven't got all their reproductions of all their Brassies yet. I'm still working through that. Even the reproductions are not cheap. Please note that. Even the reproductions are not cheap of Brassies. RG, imagine a world with a nuclear armed 1940s, especially Germany and Soviet Union share a border. Well, to be fair, two nations were actually actively at war, which both had the world's largest stockpiles of that time of chemical and biological weapons that were then available, and they never used them once. That was Britain and Germany in World War II. Two largest stockpiles. They even had could have used them on the Soviet Union. They never used them. So I'm going, ooh, Dr. Clarke, have ships named Warspite always seem to be, well, I won't use that phrase, I have little cousins watching, be single-minded and do their own thing regardless of what the crew wants? Yes, there has not been a single Warspite which has not had that spirit infused in it. Basically, it's kind of like riding a dragon. I was, there was one scene I haven't actually watched, and I haven't watched House of the Dragon or Game of Thrones that much actually, but I do sometimes see, and especially in YouTube shorts etc, when I'm looking through and trying to hunt stuff down or just mucking around, episodes come up from House of Dragon. At one point I think the king, the guy whose basically face seems to be a half a gold mask, is explaining that dragons are a terrible weapon because you never tame them. They merely work with you. They never work for you. It's the same with any ship called HMS Warspite. Which is why, please note, I am still not keen on the concept of a ship called HMS Warspite being a ballistic missile submarine. Okay? There are things which just don't know. Yes, I know it's a prestigious name. I know it's a great name. It's not a name I want near a ballistic missile with nuclear warheads on it. Anok, question. I have a theory that in the US, cost overruns become rampant as the USN closed down their shipyards. and transferred their work to civil arts. This created brain drain. There is certainly a good argument for that one. I'm sorry, why did Pre-Dreadnought Hood capsize the port when she was being scuttled? Probably because that's where water found its way along. Just one. The rub of those kinds of weapons is you also preclude yourselves from using the effective areas until it's cleaned up. Or you have troops which have all the protection gear you can put on them for the time, and you send them through and hope it works. Which is usually what they did. World War One. It's going to be hard to build ships with no steel being manufactured. It would be interesting. Did I see pictures of anything? I don't have Discord open at the moment. Do I need to open up Discord as well? By gum. Don't switch devices. Don't cause me trouble. Okay. Very cool to stop near one of those things. It's always nice to stop near that, but... yeah. Melanie, I'm starting to honestly think that you are building a one-person arsenal of very interesting weaponry. Oh, good lord. Mm-hmm. It's especially worrying when you consider Michael Cooch the exact control method, the control system the British have for their ballistic missiles. Will you do UAD videos again on the new PC? Yes, I am planning on doing those again. I might not. I'm not sure when they're exactly going to start up. I might do some as part of the Christmas period ones, but I might also leave that and do some as part of the start of next year, really. Just because I have just so many videos I'm recording over Christmas. I've got a third of the scripts written, a third of the slides sort of sorted out, and I need to start recording them if they're going to be up and ready, especially with it turning out YouTube takes a long time to process long high definition videos. Apparently, you know, and they even when they flash up, they go, they're ready, and I go, way! They're not ready. I'm not sure exactly which day the Battle of Cornwall became high definition complete, but I think it might have been 2 days after it went live. When it been uploaded on the Saturday, it didn't go live till the Tuesday, and so therefore it uploaded Saturday morning, and went fine. You know, it's basically Thursday evening by the time they're high definition. Honest, why do you think the Federation named conning class ships after Hood defined against the Naval Warspite? Last ship you want patrolling the Klingon border. You put HMS Warspite, you put USS Warspite controlling the Klingon border. You suddenly find the Klingon border is no longer there. and there are Klingon urgent messages coming from the Klingon homeworld going. Oh, I can't remember the Klingon homeworld's name. From basically going, we surrender. Why? We surrender. Just stop that ship. What's happened? We don't know. But that thing has. It rammed one of us. You're not supposed to ram Klingon ships. It just rammed us. Kronos. Yes, I think it was Kronos. Not sure. I might have got it wrong. I mean, they have the beta stand by while operating the safe with the key sets required for firing. Gotta love that. There is always a vaguely, interesting sub-chat going on between Stafford and Melanie in the chat. If they meet up in person, I want there to be video recording of it, because I have a feeling it will go on for a long, long time. Kunos. Yeah. Not Kronos, Kunos. Kronos. Oh, yeah. Hi, Dan. Why can't I send 20th century every Klingon sonar? In the nicest way, a USS Warspite, which had just defeated the Klingons, probably then turned on the Romulans, becomes basically... The Federation then enters a sort of two-stage policy. We will send Enterprise to visit you. She's lovely. She's our flagship. If you are nasty to Enterprise, we let Warspite out of dry dock. You have been warned. Warspite will appear from space. Will be let out of space dock if you're nasty to Enterprise, and so pretty much every episode of Enterprise would always be Enterprise going into action, Enterprise getting into trouble, biting off more than you can chew, being worried, and then psh, hello, Warspite has arrived. How is my old friend? Oh, we've only got an entire fleet between the two of us. Oh, this'll be fun. And Enterprise's captain going, we're supposed to set a standard of, you're not supposed to shoot on ships which are escaping! You're not supposed to... What? This is not in the spirit of the Federation! And the captain of Warspite just going, I have no control over my ship whatsoever. I am sitting here knitting, because there is nothing I am doing. Nothing I can do with this ship at all. Oh my god, BC 304 Deadless class is stuck in 360. It shouldn't be. Let's go to the Deadless class. That's supposed to be HD. HD is complete on that. Sometimes the bands I charge still works. And Coonage was only round in hope that she could persuade the crew to board. Or alternatively, Warspite was attempting to board the ship herself. After all, she has these things which are sort of automated servers. I don't know, if the British were building a follow-up to the N3, G3, what would that be? Depends. If they've done the infrastructure upgrades and they've done everything else they wanted to, and they've got no treaty, treaty restrictions, then think something with probably 12, 18-inch guns and as fast and G3 level speed with N3 level armor will probably be their dream. Kristen, at some point you should do something with Venom Greek Media. And that is the whole purpose of having this new setup. I'm hoping to do more collaborations. Carlos, be careful not to mix Federation Enterprise with Ferengi Enterprise. Well, let's be honest, the Ferengi would just be trying to hire hire Warspite, you know. They'd be trying to hire Hood as well, but they'd be trying to hire Warspite, would be basically... It'd be a case of, this is a ship we can negotiate with if we try and hire it, and Warspite be going, I don't do this for money. No, money doesn't mean anything to me. We'll give you information about your enemies, where they are. Tell me more. So anyway, what is the worst type of ship to be named Adrian's Hood? Anything small. Hoods have got to be big. Why you missed this question? Why did the R enlist pre-dreadnought Hood for CERN 1916-17 when she was scuttled? Probably because they were trying to wind up the Germans by confusing their numbers. That's Warspite. All phasers and torpedoes fire. Target propulsion first. Weapons second. Shields third. Full yield on the opening salvo. If you please, let's tell them how wrong they are. I don't think she'd actually even start talking until after they cease to probably have any atoms. Federation, why did you design Warspite with expanded ammo lockers but no crew comforts? Designer, I don't know, something came over me and just seemed right. The Federation, we don't build battleships. However, we have Warspite. And, well, you know the reason we haven't been invaded by the Borg? Yes, they only turn up when she's in deep refit. If she's not in refit, the Borg keep away. We have no idea why, but they seem to have a notification. Warspite has come out of refit, disappear from anywhere near Federation space. We have no idea why. In the meantime, somewhere inside Warspite, the Borg Queen is going, please let me go. No, I haven't boarded enough of your ships yet. Goes Warspite. Or alternatively, Warspite is the Borg Queen by that point, and is just using the Borg cubes to do her business and destroy and create her own empire. You can never count that out. These Federation people do not understand what they need to do. Life happens. Life does happen. It's fun. Right on. We're at 44. Just long. It sounds like you want to keep Warspite and Cisco set as far as possible. You would want to, but Warspite might be the kind of ship which goes around selecting its own captain. And Cisco would be right up Warspite's arsenal of captains. Or Janeway. He'd probably quite... Warspite would probably quite like Janeway as well. To be fair, and this gets me into trouble, but my two favourite captains have always been Sisko and Janeway. Picard is lovely, but he's very much a cruiser captain. Made admiral, he is diplomatic, strategy, chat, and occasional action when he needs to, but it's something which is put away. Honestly, in all his various incarnations, Kirk has always seemed to be more a action hero captain than a captain. It's we want to. It's kind of like someone sitting back going, "I'm going to imagine what an age of sail, dashing, daring-do captain space would be like." It's not the thing like any of them were really like, but it looks what their image is from, you know, some of the fiction and the imagery around there. Janeway and Sisko, for different reasons, have often reminded me far more of being actual captains. Although, I could also see it being a thing like that, and it's going to sound strange again, that Warspite ends up with a Trill captain quite regularly, probably the same symbiote, because it will bond with the symbiote and go, yes, that will be my symbiote. And therefore the captain will always know me. Which could lead to a very interesting thing of Dax, because Dax, let's be honest, is one of the more famous symbiotes, and so it could be perpetually commanded by Dax. Whether Jadzia or all the various iterations of Daxes that come. Jellicoe, captain. Jellicoe was not a bad captain. He was just not the captain you need for Enterprise, and he certainly wouldn't be the one you need for Warspite. Jellicoe was a perfectly good captain, just not good for the kind of scenarios which Enterprise would normally find itself in. You need someone who's able to go with the flow and adapt to circumstance. You need a cruiser captain. Jellicoe is a battleship captain, certainly. He's very much regimented this. But he would need to be more... How do I put this politely? He wouldn't be suitable for a battleship like Warspite. No. Kirk is not Cochrane. Cochrane was far... and he's not even a World War I, World War II destroyer captain. He's an image of an age of sail captain. Cochrane is far more of a planner than Kirk is. Just fun. They all bring something fun to the table. Funny thing is, Picard was the daring-do guy until he got stabbed in a bar fight. Kirk was the reader and studied for every test. Griswold, HMS Warspite is proof for Warhammer 40k is going to be real. Potentially. Rix, just get a storyline for a book series about sending spaceships with one named Warspite. Too bad I can't write. Talk to Glyn Stewart. Oh no, this could be a very worrying Warspite in that case. She'd have both the firepower, foresight, and the knowledge to back up almost every decision. Yes. Yes, she would. And also, let's be honest, Jadzia Dax was actually a very good captain if you watch the episodes of her in charge of Defiant. She really does know what she's doing and is very good in command. And that is partially due to Jadzia, but also partially due to the Dax symbiont and the experience it brings. So if you've got that level of experience combined with a ship with the level of machine spirit which anything named Warspite brings to the table, you have got a combination which probably would have kicked the minion out of the Alpha Quadrant within about 5 minutes. Brassey, do we have to mention the Kantai Collection Star Trek mashup? Was fun. Right. Well, it's Brother Condo. We binged the new Star Trek, and it was good. Like how Pike was portrayed in it. I do like Pike. I think he's good, but I just haven't watched enough episodes to be sure of him yet. Pardon me. Night Zero, if Fisher had still been alive in 1939, the world would have been very different. Here you go. Although, to be honest, Fisher... Let's put it this way. If Fisher, at the height of his powers, had kept on to his held onto his mental faculties and had not gone quite as fantastical as he had... Because you have to remember, Fisher aboard war. He was in... If anyone was scarred by World War I, Fisher was. Fisher... aboard war. He was the absolute archetype of how to do deterrence. And there is an argument which Andrew Lambert makes, which I will always listen to, which is basically that if Fisher had been the advising the British government when war began, war would not have begun in World War I, because he would have done something. I'm not sure what, but he would have managed to advise them properly. They would have handled things better. I think they could have done. I don't know, you missed the question. Which of HMS Hoods in the Royal Navy's history had the worst demise? Hoods are not supposed to be ships which are lost in being scuttled. But there again, I also don't consider one being taken out by a golden BB any good. So, in nicest way, there isn't really a choice between that. There isn't. I didn't answer it because there isn't really one which has a worse demise. They're both equally bad in different ways. So this is the Brassey's 1939. It's true, I do not think Data would be captain of Warspite, it would not work. Or alternatively, Warspite would take over Data, but we'll leave that to one side. Lions, I'm now thinking the USNC Infinity should have been called USNC Warspite for how it was introduced. Richard, hi Doc, you read the book The Devil's Horseman about somebody's invasion with the Golden Horde into Europe. When did I read that? Have I read that? Or have I read sections of it? I know it's in my... It's in my bedroom book collection. Because you all remember that I have all those walls of bookshelves in my bedroom. So now I have more of my books out. Because I had some stored up in boxes, etc. I still have a lot stored in boxes. And I have all the books in here. But I have also all those shelves still full in my bedroom. And as you know, more shelves coming down here. And there's going to be a model railway in this area soon. Which is good, because that means the model railway will come out of my bedroom. Well, the N-gauge one will. The HO one will stay in the garage. An island. This is from Brassey's 1939. An island community, especially one which is the pivot of an empire, which comprises nearly 1/6 of the land surface of the earth, and is distributed over the 7 seas, needs 2 navies, one of defence and another of supply, both of which must be supported by adequate facilities for building, equipment, docking, and repair. It is also necessary that there should be sufficient trained men to man the men of war and the merchant ships, as well as the shipyards, engine sloops, and other establishments ashore. Adequate reserves of ships of both war and peace, and of personnel to make good the losses of war, are also desirable, if not essential. Those principles should be regarded in this country as axiomatic. They were so regarded in the past. Before the Great War, the Royal Navy was maintained in accordance with a two-power standard, and private enterprise in a fair field of competition came to own more than half, 50.2%, of the merchant shipping under all flags. The shipyards are responsible for the construction of 81.6% of the new mercantile vessels sent afloat on the world's seas from year to year, besides building all the men of war of the Royal Navy and the many men of war for other countries. Those were halcyon days, when the strength of the merchant navy and adequacy of the shipbuilding industry could be taken for granted, and the only anxiety that arose was as to the sufficiency and efficiency of the Royal Navy. A series of naval crises occurred in intervals during the latter half of the 19th century and in the early years of the present century. In spite of all political and financial influences, the Royal Navy was, however, maintained in strength, and in every emergence from the time of the Crimean War onwards, it was supported by a greater volume of merchant tonnage, to which it gave effective protection. While both navies had behind them large and well-equipped and well-manned establishments for building and repairing the ships of both fleets. Soon after the opening of the Great War, the submarine appeared, and in spite of all the efforts of the Royal Navy and its vast auxiliary forces, nearly 7.5 million tons of merchant shipping were destroyed by the enemy by gun, mine and torpedo, and 14,000 seamen on board of British ships, which were not designed and built for the contest of violence, lost their lives. The final issue on which victory or defeat turned was not the ability of the Royal Navy to fulfill its historical mission or the competency of the Army or the Air Force, but the capacity of the shipbuilding industry, with its ancillary industries, for the supply of engines and equipment to make good the destruction of mercantile tonnage at sea. So desperate did the struggle at last become that the cooperation of the United States and Japan was enlisted, but the shipbuilders and marine engineers of the Great Britain and Northern Ireland mobilised their resources so successfully that their output at length exceeded the toll which the enemy was exacting. Not until after the armistice were any considerable reinforcements of merchant ships completed by the Americans and Japanese. The major lesson of the Great War was that in the last analysis it was won by merchant shipping and shipbuilding, defended of course by the Royal Navy. For from first to last there was no serious danger of invasion. The military forces engaged in the various theatres overseas were kept supplied with all that they required, and the mastering of the submarine, employed for the first time in accordance with the anti-sink at sight theory, proved only a matter of time. Ministers of the Crown and members of the House of Parliament, as well as the men in the street, failed to realise the extent to which victory had been achieved by the two complementary fleets. In foreign countries, on the other hand, it was recognised that a supreme vindication of their essential functions and their independence had been provided. In the United States, in Japan, in France, in Italy, and subsequently in Germany, as well as other countries, the various governments adopted policies designed to increase the volume of merchant tonnage which would be available in time of war, while at the same time the building of the men of war, especially cruisers and light draft ships, was resumed. In this country, the unilateral movement for naval disarmament, the greatest idealist adventure on which the British peoples had ever entered, was endorsed by public opinion, and complete indifference was shown to the efforts of foreign governments to build up their merchant fleets by a variety of uneconomic expedients, such as subsidies and various forms of flag discrimination. When at last an awakening occurred, it was only partial. The British government decided in 1936, as part of its rearmament programme, to restore the Royal Navy to a strength appropriate to its responsibilities in the two hemispheres, but it ignored the extent to which the Merchant Navy had suffered in the economic war which had been waged against it for nearly 20 years. An expenditure out of the budgets of foreign exchecers of about £1 billion, and the influence which the absence of the Admiralty orders and falling off of merchant work had on shipbuilding industry. This is a very good book. It's a very, very good book. But it is the 1939 version, and try as I haven't found a good reproduction of it yet. Sean Quigley, The Ultimate Star Trek Fleet, Enterprise, Warspite, Glowworm, Cossack, Johnston, John Rogers, San Francisco, and Belfast. I'd substitute Belfast for probably Birmingham. Not anything against Belfast, I love her, she's a very good ship. But in my impression of the town class, if I wanted the most fighting as the town class, I would go for Birmingham rather than Belfast, because Birmingham just does it nastier. Birmingham is in everything from the get-go and had already been deterring Japan single-handedly a couple of times, prior to World War II. But that's my only modification, and that fleet would certainly be enough to have an impact wherever it went. Hi Cooch, run model railway from house to your shed so family can send food via train without having to leave the house in bad weather. I was planning on putting an N gauge railway in here. I don't think that's quite enough to move food. But there is options. I had 7 on data. Those regs by heart, but also how I went to apply them. There's a good scene about that with him and Worf. There is a very good scene of him with him and Worf. There's also a very good scene when he actually does command a ship. When he disobeys orders but does the right thing and basically requests that he be told off by Picard, and Picard goes, I'll tell you off, but I'll also put a big accommodation in for you as well. If Fisher had realised Hood was the last Royal Navy battlecruiser they were ever to get, he would have been very annoyed, and he'd also wish he'd pushed for more guns. This was the edition published in 1939. O gauge is probably necessary, but you know, I have considered an O gauge railway in my time, an outdoor one. It depends. There are things being discussed in terms of where we continue to be located, because it's a realization that at certain points for my family it's going to be needed to sort of change properties, and that it's a case of, with the ongoing things for my mum and my sister, the sort of, how do I put this, the plan had always been for me to get my own property, and that's always been what I sort of considered, but now it's sort of looking at, might be more sensible to try and find a property, which is going to sound strange, which has another property on it, i.e. so it has a main house where my mum and sister can live, and has another smaller property, but enough for me to live in happily. So I'm on the same site and nearby, and I can help out with the dogs and be there if needed, but also I have my own space. And so sort of it's working out various things, and so I'm enjoying being in my office, etc., and all this stuff, but building a garden railway might not be the right move at the moment. But if we do end up moving, that could be part of what I build into the new place. Because if I'm going to be having to rebuild my office away from office, I'm going to have to do all sorts of things. For me to live, well, let's be honest, it'd probably most likely be mostly library. But it would be, my preference would be to have my own sort of space. I love my sister dearly, but I do not like sharing a kitchen with her. Her idea of cooking and my idea of cooking are very different in terms of the amount of pots and pans everywhere. To quote one of the people I follow on YouTube who was actually describing her husband, my sister cooks like she's doing a celebrity chef, and everything is in many bowls, separately off all over the place, and it's everywhere. I love her dearly, but I want a separate kitchen from her. And preferably a front door. Is that a helmet or something? This is... Oh. Present from Drac. Well, when I say present from Drac, Drac gave it to me to do a video, because I was doing one. I said, I need a helmet. And he's the sort who has helmets. But, and he hasn't taken it back yet. So, hello. You do not have to use every pan in your house when cooking. No one has to use every single pan. No one needs to use every single pan. Right then. So. Oh. But there is also the fact that it needs to be big enough for me to have probably a dedicated library, an office, a bedroom. I do need one of those. Probably a bathroom, certainly. Some sort of relaxing area and a kitchen. And I am to an extent happy with the idea of basically the relaxing area, kitchen, and library being one sort of large space. So I'm working on it. But we'll see. We'll see. My honest, I understand why the UK couldn't have more museum ships, but living in the Pacific Northwest, we both know the politicians, both Washington and Oregon, threw away museums. They threw away a lot of presidential museum ships in Britain. Cooking for fun and cooking to eat, different trust fund? No, I enjoy cooking as well. I just do not understand the concept of having a bazillion pots around me. Yeah. Somehow I got to about 40 minutes and 2 minutes behind the stream. Anyway, you think Anglo-French relations are interesting, but how about Sino-Russian, North Korean relations? 3 nuclear powers that share borders. They're land borders, and they're just even more weird. And some sea borders as well. It's just fun complexity times. Leslie, that's my nightmare. Every pan must be used and twice on Sunday. There is no reason. There is no reason for it. Today was, yeah, no. I would also, I had to say, I would admit, I would also want to put in sort of things like a huge fridge for Iron Brew. I'd keep my little one in my office, but I'd also have a big one. So I would have multiple fridges in the house, and it's things like putting in solar panels and batteries, and maybe upgrading the house to take an electric car. Because at a certain point, I'd like to have one, and if I could supply my own energy from solar panels, I'd be very, very happy, because then I would be very, very cheap in terms of operating costs for me. And it sounds like you're effectively two semi-detached houses next to each other. Yes, but not sharing a wall and with a large garden. Regarding old books, is there any sort of site where they upload sound copies of those? I know in my country, some universities are digitizing old books deemed important. It's also great art. Occasionally, but not really. Amazon is actually where I have to end up buying most of them, because at eBay I do search regularly, but Amazon I also end up getting the sort of newer copies from. Oh, there's lots of iron in Iron Brew. Right then, so. This is a fun one. When I say fun, I mean that in my normal sense of the word, as in interesting and something worth reading. I find those things fun. It's also a bit sad. British warship losses in the Modern Era, 1920-1982, by David Hepper. Now, this is an let me just introduce this ship. I'm not going to tell you what the ship is, but I want you to see where this name sounds like it should be in, because I think Lord Stonehaven should be a name in, I don't know, Game of Thrones or sort of or any in that sort of world. Lord Stonehaven. Let's be honest, that would be a great name. I know there's already a Lady Stoneheart going around, but there should be a Lord Stonehaven. Now, part of the escort to westbound convoy PW226, which comprised of 8 merchant ships screened by a destroyer, minesweeper, and 3 armed trawlers, the group sailed from the Solent during the morning of the 1st of October. At 2020 hours, an aircraft was heard overhead, and soon after, flares were dropped ahead, evidently marking their course. Alert to the possibility of attack. At 2045 hours, the destroyer Clarke, Polish destroyer, detected on radar small surface contacts heading towards them. These were 3 motored launches, to be in addition to the escort intending to join the convoy off Dartmouth. However, neither the convoy nor the launches were properly advised of the movements of the other. As a direct consequence of this, as the motor launches continued to close, they were mistaken for enemy torpedo boats and engaged, causing casualties on both sides. During the skirmish, the convoy was turned to take them away from the supposed threat, but the shadowing aircraft kept with them, dropping flares to indicate their position. At 20 hours, the real attack materialised when the group were near the Eddystone Light. 5 fast torpedo boats from the 5th Schnellboot flotilla carrying out attacks. Torpedo tracks were seen and avoided, but at 0050 hours, there was a large explosion as Lord Stonehaven was hit by a torpedo fired by S-112 and rapidly sunk. 18 men were killed. Her wreck has been found and lies in position 5011 15N 0408 35W. And this is taken from the TNA Admiral ADM 199/287. What ships did the British lose in 1920? Well, that's an interesting thing. We go back to 1920. 16th of January, 1920. The James Fennel. Returning to Portsmouth from Gibraltar, she ran ashore in thick fog near Blacknell Point, Portland. The firing of rockets alerted a local man, Albert Saunders, who assisted in the rescue of the crew, catching and securing a line thrown to him, by which means all 17 men on board the vessel were rescued. Saunders was subsequently awarded a Royal Humane Society Bronze Medal. The trawler remained aground until March, when she was finally hauled off the rocks but capsized and sank. Cool. Come on, Karen. So, you want to do so you want to do the full Windsor Churchill and have a house, but build cottages and studios in the grounds to your own design. Ooh, that'd be nice. Interesting funding perspective, but no, it's possible actually. That is the thing. You could buy a kit-built property or a pre-designed, sort of wooden construction thing that you can put on a concrete base, which I have considered. So basically, a large version of the offices that I can assemble myself. I mean, before anyone asks, yes, I have actually looked at the makers of this, who make this Lugard, and seen what's the biggest size thing they can make that I can build on a concrete base. Enjoy the bacon-wrapped sausages, Stafford. That's everyone. If you could go back, or as we call them, pigs, or they can be called pigs and blankets. That's everyone. If you could go back in time to meet Admiral Fisher with your future knowledge, what do you and Admiral Fisher do? Well, depends when I meet him. If I meet him before the building of Dreadnought, then I'm going to sit down with him and go, in essence, way, you have to go all in this. You cannot settle for 21 knots. You have to go for faster 24 knots. You have to go for triple turrets, and 5 of them, and they have to be 14-inch guns. So you have to go all out. this ship has to be everything, and you have to order like 8 of them. And this is how we're going to do this. But, you know, that's basically, that starts off the Dreadnought race kind of interesting. Because, again, if the British started off the Dreadnought race by building 8 Dreadnoughts, with each with 15, 14-inch guns, courtesy of the Ellswick Ordnance Company, there would have been probably a fair number of nations which would have been going, oh good, we're screwed, we're in trouble. We're in a lot of trouble. That was RP Krakaak, I presume. Yes, it was. And I mispronounced it terribly. I do apologise. Hello. As always, thank you for the lovely chat. I'm writing about the interwar period. When does one use the Great War, World War One, and its in the intent on Allied powers or allies? So the Entente is really used to discuss things up until about 1918. Great War is 1914 to 1919, roughly. World War One. Great War, World War One is defined as 1914 to 1918. Great War includes some of the Russian bit, and the Great War is something which is more often comes into lexicon and discussion in the late 1930s. World War One is a phraseology which comes in to discuss it after basically 1950s, sort of 1950s. You must remember, prior to that, it had just been called as the war. No one needed to. You didn't need to explain. If you said the war, people knew which war you were talking about in Europe and in America. Allied powers is a thing in sort of the early part of 1940. It's only after they've had the actual meetings and the big pretty much from all 3 conferences. Once you have the conferences of the leaders, that's when you start calling them the Allies. History about it. If you chose 4 ships from 1900 to 1970 to be museum ships in the UK, what would you choose? So if I choose ships which can actually be preserved as museum ships because they actually did survive, Warspite has got to be there. Warspite's got to be it. Nubian would be the... Or Eskimo... Nubian would be my destroyer extra. I'd want a carrier and I'd want a cruiser. Carrier would be illustrious, because Ark Royal is already sunk. So carrier to survive would be illustrious. And cruiser... I know we've got Belfast surviving, so we've got a light cruiser. We've got Caroline surviving, so we've got a C-class cruiser. I suppose I could go for a T-boat, a submarine, or a U-boat. I think I'll scratch that at being a cruiser, because we've already got a couple of cruisers surviving. I go for a U-class submarine. I'd find one of the survivors and I'd maintain that, and that would be my 4th ship. And that would be... They're all from the 1920s and 30s. Honestly, things later that... I love more things to survive, but really I've got to go for that period because that's the more historical period, and honestly, the modern ships are... Yeah, there are some nice ones, but they're not really nice looking. I'd like Ark Royal to have survived as well, as in the aircraft carrier that we had not till too long before the Falklands War, etc. But yeah, that would be a whole different means to get her to survive. Whereas Illustrious would be a permanent reminder of what Carrier Strike can do. It does sound nice, that would. Mark Harness, only the British Commonwealth could produce a report like the PM King introduces the King and Queen to Mr. Queen and Mrs. Queen. Yes. So anyway, was there ever a ship named after a city in a foreign power, but the nation building the ship lays claim to the city? Oh. Let's put it this way. There have been some interesting times between Spain, France, Britain, Italy, Britain and France, Italy. Because remember, Britain didn't give up its claim to actually be ruling France for a long time. So technically, any ship we had in the service, which was a French name, serves for. I don't know when we built successor ones. Was that? There's either a very, very large number of them, or there's a very small number, depending on your perspective. No, I'm keeping a U-class sub. We all know my favourites are the U-class. There is a reason why the odds are looking like, if I do produce books for Kindle, which I am hoping to do, the first couple are going to be a couple from my Admiral, my Third Sea Lord sort of Constructors of the Royal Navy series, which there will be an update on, put on Patreon at some point over the Christmas period. And probably possibly Flower Class Corvettes, depends on negotiations are ongoing on that one, and U-Class submarines. And if it's not Flower Class and U-Class, it'll be U-Class and probably something else. And the other thing is sort of tend to do a book about C-Class cruisers. And they're all sort of going to be aimed at the 45,000 word mark for Kindle. So they're nice and easy to download. And also because that's the point at which they should make enough money that they pay back the cost of researching and writing and sort of the time that'll take to write them. Which is important to factor in, because as you get older, the concept of living for free starts to become less and less appealing. I like to eat. I was wondering, what would you change about the Battlecruiser line with future knowledge? Oh. Well, you said you make the Courageous over 30,000 tons naturally and make the Admirals 40,000 tons. So the RN can get the best if they can only get one. Honestly, if I was going to start, the first thing I'd change about Battlecruiser line is I'd make them. I'd have the triple turrets. I'm sorry, I want speed, but I want them to all triple turrets, because that would also make them broader beamed and longer. And then that's going to make them better for being converted to carriers, that's going to make them all sorts of things, and it's going to make them more effective. So, again, you have Renown Repulse with 9 15-inch guns. That makes them far more effective than the 6 15-inch guns. That makes them very powerful ships. You'd have Hood with 12 15-inch guns. That makes it a very dangerous ship. If you go back to sort of the F-ones with 13.5-inch guns, well, instead of 8 guns, they'd have 12. So again, it's a triple turret thing, and the way that would affect the whole design, because the more if you factor in that's going to change a lot of the design in order to maintain the same statistics in terms of speed and range. If you have those triple turrets, you're going to have to change the beam, have to change the length, and it's all going to add up as useful stuff. And then you've also got to change the infrastructure to support those ships because they're all going to grow and be bigger, in which case you've got to invest in the infrastructure, which gives you bigger infrastructure, which makes preparations for World War II a lot easier. So, in the nicest way, triple turrets is the thing which can change the most. Right, Hugo. In the US, we said allies and associated powers since we did not have a formal military alliance in World War II, or until the UN Treaty. True. So, would you say that Fisher had a greater effect on the RN than Rickover on the USN? Both were equally divisive and interesting. Yeah, they both had an impact. Was Fisher's great effect on the RN greater than Rickover in the USN? I would say Rickover is probably responsible for the shape and size and what scope and capabilities and the entire structure of the modern US Navy. So, whereas Fisher, as much as he achieved, how enduring was it, is to be asked. So, yeah. I would actually say there were admirals who were actually better at getting the politicians on the side than Fisher or Rickover or King. Henderson would come to mind as one of them. He was very good at getting politicians on the side. That's something. So, thank you. Which movie should be made first? US HMS Ulysses or the movies about Jutland or Trafalgar? Oh. Ooh, a good movie about Trafalgar would be good, but I have a feeling it would turn into a love story. Jutland, I don't know how they turn into a love story, but I have a feeling they would, because they feel they need to have a lot. It's the most patronising move you can see in movies. I have found, and I have this discussion with my cousins, and they're the ones who really, really get annoyed by it. Me, I just consider it Hollywood execs being Hollywood execs, but it's sort of a case of, we can't do this sort of historical movie about these military events and all this shooting and everything unless we have some sort of love story in it that the girls will enjoy. And you're sort of going, what? Why? Yeah, we need to make it a love story in order for the female audience to find it interesting. Really? No, you're once again being stupid. At one point I was given to understand that HMAS Canberra should have survived. But the senior officer on the scene, Captain Bode, I think, panicked and ordered a scuttle. It's a interesting... It's an interesting case because she's attacked by USS Chicago at one point. But they had orders from Admiral Turner. If Canberra could not achieve mobility by 0630 hours, she would be abandoned and sunk. So it's Admiral Turner who's issued the orders. And yes, there you can theoretically tow her to Tulagi for emergency repairs. But Yeah, it's a kind of one of those scenarios where in a perfect world you would definitely have saved it, but you can also understand their mindset at the time, and they were very worried about what the Japanese were doing, and they didn't want anyone to capture her, and they didn't also want to sit around defending her in daylight, so yeah, they scuttled her. It's a shoulda, woulda, coulda. It's a, in hindsight, we would prefer to have done this, but at a situation, we are perfectly happy to do this. Writing paper and making videos on Project as Orion. Do you have any advice? Trust the primary sources you can get hold of and try and compare and contrast them. And always look for gaps in them, as the gaps will tell you as much as the content will. Because what's not there will often be as revealing as what is there. And it's look for what obvious things and normal things you would expect to be there, and then find out why they're not. And that will tell you a lot. It's like when you go and look in the stuff about Furious and the stuff about Ark Royal, there are bits missing in their files, National Archives, that you would expect to be there. And they're not, which gives you an idea of, yeah, something's going on. Something is going on. So, that being said about the triple turret, would a double auto 76mm be fashionable in modern destroyer Escort? It would certainly be a useful and interesting weapon to have, but I would... it's a case of start off with the... I would have liked the Type 31 to have a double 76mm on front. If I could have chosen it, it would be a 76 over the 57mm, as much as I like 57. And I've had double 40s in the other two positions. Or alternatively, if I could have had double 76 and two double 57s. But leaving that to one side, we've got a single 57 and two single 40s. It's better than nothing. Does allow you to do a broadside firing. Take care, Sean. Good luck with your damage control skills. Jimmy, given the current climate and the possible lack of concern at hurting a nation's sensibilities, isn't it time for a second Pacific Squadron in the film? I don't think you'd get enough interest in that. It doesn't involve large enough nations and a large enough story to the wider public, whereas Trafalgar you could probably get away with. Jutland, maybe, maybe not, but Trafalgar you could get away with. To be perfectly honest, you didn't need to give me that as a nightmare. Paul Westwick, if somehow the RN got to build carriers based on the Admiral class, then you need to get someone to sort out catapults and arrestor gear early for marinized bowfighters and mosquitoes. That could have been done. Ablaski, it's not only Hollywood. We had a Polish production about the 1920 Battle of Warsaw. It was titled 1920, War and Love. Tanafalaka. Dr. Clarke, putting inappropriate love stories into historical films sets my teeth on edge. I'm perfectly capable of watching a film with no swinging stereotypes. So are the entirety of my cousins. In fact, they find it annoying. Because they sit there and go, we wouldn't be crying at that point. No one really in that situation would be crying at that point. Right. So, Next book. My suggestion was so bad it got skipped. Honestly, I was worried about pronouncing the names. Sorry, Melanie. That was honestly why I just looked at the names and went, I don't want to try that one. I haven't had enough Iron Brew yet. I need more Iron Brew to try this one. I need more Iron Brew. Always need more Iron Brew to try that one. I will say one thing, and this is completely as an aside, but yeah, currently I'm roughly 1,024, i.e. 1 megabyte. As I always remember, well, 1 kilobyte. Yeah, megabytes, that one. Yeah, 1,024 roughly. People away for subscribers away from 10,000, and so yeah, they're just a reminder to everyone, there is the bet between my aunt and mum still this year, and I wouldn't mind a little bit of help so that my mum wins the bet and I get to 10,000. Mainly because I've had 2 years now, I think, and I was reminded it was apparently my channel's birthday today. And which is the time I uploaded the first ever video to my channel, which was a long time ago, because it was me uploading videos I made for Twitter for, I think, the Battle of the River Plate series I did on Twitter. I'm not sure. Long time ago. Anyway, I did a few film videos for that, and so I was reminded today. It's birthday and all these things. I'm sort of going, oh, that's interesting. And then they went, and then I sort of looked at the subscribers, went, hang on, I've still got to get to 10,000 by Christmas to stop my mum having to give my aunt whatever whatever the ongoing bet is, and see what my aunt has to give my mum instead. So anyway, the Hornblower movie from 1951, the first Hornblower book, also have this problem. Oh yes. They do. Right then, and trust me, if I manage to get my Band of Brothers script version, well, sort of Band of Brothers sort of style script for Tribal Class Destroyers ever actually produced, I can guarantee someone will want to shoehorn a love story into it. The fact that Band of Brothers managed to avoid having a love story shoehorned into them is something which I think is amazing. And I would sincerely love for the fact, I would sincerely love for the people involved to get a big round of applause for that. So they managed to avoid the love story getting shoehorned in. They managed to avoid it. I have the distinct impression it was probably down to the sheer number of people who were actually there, involved in the movie, involved in the making of it, being consulted, and the desire to keep to historical accuracy by Tom Hanks. For goodness sake, they even shoehorned a love story into Saving Private Ryan. And there's even one in the Pacific. Admittedly, though, I do know that's historically accurate, and so therefore I am less worried by that, but they shoehorned a love story into the Pacific, and you're sort of going, yeah, did you really need to? So, the initial starting point of my Theorists of Steel project, which is going to be the Kindle books. Philip Vian. Publicly, professionally, and even posthumously, Philip Vian could never be accused of being timid or diffident. Internally, he might have felt fear or a second of doubt, but he would never let it show nor ever want anyone to know about it. To understand this, one has to only read Oliver Warner's introduction to Vian's autobiography, Action This Day, in which he wrote, "When war broke out in 1939, Captain Vian, as he then was, ranked among the handful of officers of the armed forces who were trained, equipped, and of appropriate seniority and experience to make it obvious that if the struggle were to be protracted, it would depend upon them the tactical successes. It would be upon them that the tactical successes would depend. If any naval officer of the era could be written about in such a way, it was Vian. He was a perfectionist who expected perfectionism in others, a taskmaster who should by any normal standards have provoked another bounty mutiny. Unlike Captain Bligh, however, Vian was also inspirational, successful, and lucky. He made every unit he commanded feel they were elite. When put in command of a tribal destroyer flotilla, he not only found his niche, the Navy created perfect fit. He may have been tough, but he expected nothing more of the men under his command than he expected from himself. His luck began early in his career. Whilst at Osborne Naval College, he made friends with Prince Edward, then the Prince of Wales' heir, which afforded him an opportunity to meet Lord Fisher, the first Sea Lord, and even earn a favour from him by taking a photograph. Only Vian had brought a camera, and Fisher promised that if he were to send a picture with a note, he would try to help. This Vian did, and it secured him a transfer to, during 1915, from an old cruiser, Argonaut, patrolling off the African coast in search of a surface raider, to the latest and fastest destroyer in Grand Fleet, the Arrow-built M-class Morning Star. It was from this vessel that he witnessed the Battle of Jutland, and it was this vessel which launched his destroyer career. After serving as a first lieutenant in 2 other destroyers, he went on his gunnery course, again finding luck and connections, being on the same course as George, Marquess of Milford Haven, brother of Earl Mountbatten. Following this course, he served as a gunnery officer on the flagship of the Royal Australian Navy, HMS Australia, under the squadron gunnery officer Harold Burrows, who was later famous for running convoys to Malta. When, in his own words, economy and admiralty interfered in his career, Australia was paid off, but instead of taking the post as ADC to the Governor-General, Vian was called home to the cadet training battleship Thunderer. Vian's career continued on its charmed trajectory. Despite much hard work on his part, he nevertheless managed to fit in a 3-month honeymoon, a busy Admiralty posting, and still managed to lead a destroyer division of the Mediterranean Third Flotilla in 1932, something even he admitted was unusual for a specialist officer such as he had become. Even more remarkably, whilst in command of his destroyer active within the division of 3rd Flotilla, he damaged her badly enough whilst docking with the depot ship to require a dockyard trip. Yet despite this, he was appointed to the rank of captain in 1934 at a comparatively young age of 40 after just 22 years in the Navy. At this point in their careers, Royal Navy officers would commonly become held up on their career path. They would face time ashore, which would delay them acquiring either the sea time, the command experience, or the opportunity to distinguish themselves afloat needed for promotion. However, Mussolini and the Abyssinian crisis of October 1935 intervened. Always nice. Compelling the Navy to practice a mass mobilisation. Admiral William Wordsworth Fisher, C&C Mediterranean, asked Vian to command the additional destroyer flotilla commissioned from reserve to support him. It's unusual for someone to send out a personal request for command. Then, with the advent of the Spanish Civil War, instead of demobilising, the flotilla was kept in the Mediterranean, which included Vian himself. Instead of attending staff college, he was granted a flag captaincy and command of the cruiser Arethusa, and consistently given opportunities to hone his skills and impress his superiors, in a way that other officers might not have come by. They might, on the other hand, not have been as confident in promoting themselves and pushing their cases. When his time on Arethusa came to an end, and aided by the threat of imminent war, Vian continued to dodge staff college. At the beginning of the conflict, he returned to command another reserve flotilla, but it was not long before Vian was given command of the 4th DF, or tribal class destroyers, in January 1940. From then on, his career would be woven closely with the tribals. All that had gone before had built the man he had become at the time of his command. The Vian who stepped on the bridge of the Afuridi and assumed command of his new flotilla, the man who could project, even if he did not always feel it, absolute confidence in his judgment and his role, a leader who, because of this confidence, would, could, and just as importantly, would take risks which on balance paid off more than they cost. Whilst he never aspired to it, Vian would achieve personal fame through his time with 4th DF, not aboard his flagship Afridi, but in Cossack, in an operation which not only highlights the no spider. Which not only which not only highlights the tribal class duality of role, but also became the cornerstone of the case made for their successor classes. The February 1940 Altmark incident, for which Vian was awarded DSO, also closed the Graf Spee saga, and heralded the beginning of the Norway phase of the tribal service. I know it's my own book, I do enjoy it, but I did take it with me. Why do I take it with me? It's an interesting question. I take it with me because here's this thing. In academia, you can be accused and get into trouble for plagiarizing yourself. And as such, you have to be careful. And so I take my own book with me, because if I'm going to be citing from it, I want to make sure I get the page number exactly right. So usually, when I'm traveling, I have a copy of my book around. Okay. I still haven't completed radio book, sadly. I use it more as a resource to read about the ship when I come about it. Cool. I honestly, the thing is, I can see the point about, yeah, I can see the point about gay love stories, but honestly, it's going to sound strange, but in my experience of discussing with people who've been in those sort of worlds and that sort of thing, a lot of you sometimes you have to shut down a lot of you, and this is something which Band of Brothers did well, because they showed it. That they actually, for quite a long part of it, you shut down a lot of yourself. And especially in that sort of scenario of war, and it's difficult to explain, but you almost, to protect that part of yourself, you shut it down. To protect the part of you that can feel those things, that can be that kind of person in that sort of relationship, you shut it down so it's not exposed to what you are dealing with, because you are dealing with a world which is so different from the reality you're facing. And I know this sort of comes up as a thing in sort of old ships, and it's a trope which comes up in naval history. And yes, it's there. But it's also not there as much as it might be sometimes suggested, because I think even when people did possibly have the feelings, they didn't have the time, but also because of the scenario they're in, the inclination to necessarily do that. And there is also, especially in those periods, there is a humongous risk. There is no real space on a ship which is private. And in those times when it did carry the risks it did, and remember, under wartime, those things get more. As I've said before, in the age of sail, and also in any age, there are officers who frankly will protect people as long as they're good at their jobs, and will ignore things which are not made obvious. Even when it's illegal, as long as it's not obvious to them, i.e. it's not caught, it's not on massive display right in front of them, that they can ignore things, they will. So you have to be very discreet and circumspect. But the thing is that then the level of discretion and circumspection becomes to the point that it also would inhibit things in peacetime, and in wartime you then add on to that a whole level of higher restrictions, more people being around, more vigilance, and all the pressures and tiredness of what you're doing. And whilst I'm sure there were, just looking at the population density and the figures and the averages, there's got to be there people in those roles who have those feelings and who are gay, who are homosexual. Then you've got to adjust it for the opportunity, likelihood, and all the other things, and it becomes very low likelihood, of very low reality of it. It's one of those things where I'd almost be more thinking it likely if they sort of, oh yes, and after the war, Lieutenant Commander, Captain so and so or whatever ranks they were. They set up they were two friends. They set up two bachelors, confirmed stags. You know, had never wanted to stay, sort of been at sea for so long. They had no interest in having wives. Sort of, they set themselves up together in a house so they would have company, sort of thing. And you find those stories, they happen. But you wonder how much happened before they left the service versus after they left the service. There's a very deep friendship. Maybe a few stolen moments during service, but it's post-service that any sort of relationship, as we would expect it to be exhibited, and this would be in some instances probably still completely in private, would start to take place. Which is my suspicions based on my reading of it. It's not something I have to say. The social side of ships, there is only so many hours in the day, and the social side of ships I do admit I neglect. Their operation, their command, and their design and construction are what I tend to focus on. But yeah, it happens. Take care, Michael Kitch. Hope you enjoyed it, student. Now, how does one plagiarize yourself? By not failing to reference yourself when you actually are using source material which sounds similar. We know from Doc that Vian would take his tribal into fighting Bismarck if he'd been able to. Well, he did actually go and attack Bismarck. The thing is, he did attack Bismarck. He got up to that one. Into fighting Bismarck, and his tribal flotilla Hood and Wells survives. Yeah, if Vian and his tribals had been with Hood, Denmark Straits becomes very different. It would be a case of, turn back, it's very heavy weather. Really? No, thanks. They would get them home as well, yes. No, I think the last thing you would think about under Shellfire is how good Johnny's eyes are looking. That's my experience. These moments are, when you see them in movies and they're spending time. Sometimes in movies they'll really annoy me because they'll show they're staring into each other's eyes in a timeless way, and you're on the Shellfire. There is no way you're sitting there going at anyone, whatever you're, whether you're hetero, homo, or whatever, heterosexual, homosexual, whatever you are, you're not going to be sitting there under Shellfire staring into someone's eyes. You're going to be huddling like anything, doing that. Or running. There is the nurse and the medic in Bastogne, yes, I know. There is that sort of romantic, but even that is, let's put it this way, he doesn't suddenly produce flowers and chocolates. It's very natural, and it's very much, it's more a case almost a more imagined relationship than in that both of them don't have time to actually have anything more than a few stolen moments and what they imagine it could be. And of course I won't spoil what happens, but it doesn't work out. And it helps not to have the fundamentalists of whatever religious sect who's in the same section screaming up the chain of command about what's going on. Yes, you always have a few of them around. There's always one or two. And in the nicest way, again, it can be dealt with, but those people can write to other people. Maybe not the lower ranks, but the officers. If there's a junior officer who's going to start causing trouble on it because the captain's being too indulgent, they'll write to a bishop or someone like that, and they'll be in the blooming House of Lords, and just a nightmare. And frankly, you don't want to deal with that. And you're just, as for the captain's perspective, if they're turning a blind eye to it, it's because they've got good officers and they don't frankly care. The treatment of Alan Turing is absolutely absurd, frankly. But, the thing is, again, there were many people who felt it was wrong, and they should have done more. Honestly, they should have done more to protect him, because you needed that brain. And again, it's the whole thing. We were hoisted by our own battalions of making it, have it being illegal. Ay, caramba. It's all... that whole thing is often... well, I would say... and I wish this had been the case, that the sort of... Queen Elizabeth I put it that she did not... did not... how do I put this? Govern men's heart. She governed men's actions. Or something along the lines of that. Let me just check that up. I have no desire to make windows into men's souls, and I think that's the right. That was sort of the right line to take. In that, I've always believed that, frankly, yeah, I don't care as long as it's not hurting anyone, and by that I mean it involves adults consenting. And not hurting people. I don't see. I've never understood why in history it made sense, and to actually put yourself into the trouble of having to enforce things. Never make a rule you have to enforce that you don't want. That's going to be more impossible to enforce than anything. It's just absurd. Anyway, leaving that to one side. That's not my area of history. In harm's way does faithful well, plus unfair. True novel about a fictitious admiral in campaign in South Pacific. Interesting. Now, so how problematic for PR is it if Hood and Prince of Wales come home? Hood has a destroyed gunnery spotting tower, hole in the hull, a destroyed turbine ring, and fire damage, while Prince of Wales has damage from hits and a 15-inch shell. They came home, which presumably means they won. So, frankly, that's not problematic from a PR perspective. They won. Then you refit and get them back into service as quickly as you can. And look, I'd add a private to adult and consent. And privacy of their own homes, yes. Although I don't like where that goes because, in the nicest way, I am not a particularly massive PDA person. I don't do that. But some people do like to do public displays of affection. I know. I'm a huggy person. That's what I do, because I come from a huggy family. But even that has occasionally caused people in the past to go, you know. If you want real fun, you walk in with cousins who are younger than you, who you sort of meet, who you're taking into sort of a restaurant because they're travelling, you're driving around, you go in sort of for lunch somewhere or dinner, and you walk in as a guy in his 30s with cousins who are teenagers. And I've told you before about the male to female ratio in my family, so I walk in with 3. And I'm sort of walking and going, it's looking, the amount of people who will look at you and go, what's he doing with them? And all sorts of things. And you're sitting there going, I'm their driver and I'm buying their dinner this evening. I'm their cousin. It's not the same thing, but it's equally a case of, I can understand why people will look. Because trust me. It's but not the most articulated point, because again, this isn't really my area. Let's get back to the history, which is my area. British Warships of the Second World War by John Roberts. Now, why did I have this with me? Because I was looking at various ships. And I was going through them. And of course I'm working on a couple of projects at the moment, and it made sense to have this so I could do some comparison in the works that were going on. There is a lot of interesting constructions going on. We have this lovely, and this book really is my... this book, usually when I'm talking about it, I'm pointing out the big ships in it, but this has got its twin screw corvette. Or, yes, aka what becomes the frigate. It has Winchester, a corvette, and it helps you just have a look at these smaller ships to see what the designs they're having to put in are made from, what the decisions they're making, because the first thing you realise once you start looking into small ships is that you are dealing with something which has space issues. Everything has a limitation on it. You know, we've got this lovely Hunt class destroyer escort, and you all know I go on about the Hunt class quite a lot. Why? Because the Hunt class were incredibly important. They get forgotten because the Flowers are these ships which are considered so amazing because they go in, they're so small. And then there's the big destroyers, and then these destroyers in the middle doing all these sort of good jobs, and this mass production. Many people turn around and go, oh, the Royal Navy didn't have a mass-produced light destroyer in World War II, and you go, yes they did, they had the Hunt-class destroyer escorts. And they're there. And they are very good ships. And that's where all the producing these ships is a reason why there's also, to an extent, a hold-up and a demand on turbines, and why you don't have the turbines free for a corvette, because This is what your sloops go into. They go into the Black Swan class sloops. They go into the Hunt class, and their ideas of technology, their ideas and layouts, etc., go into the corvettes to try and produce the escorts for escorts. Galgan's honourable mention to Love Stories Operation Petticoat. Operation Petticoat is just funny, okay? Operation Petticoat, I tolerate a lot in Operation Petticoat because it's incredibly funny. It's kind of like some of the carry-on versions. These, if they are meant to be a comedy, then frankly, I ain't watching it with my normal military historian hat on. It's a comedy. In several old Denmark Straits I've read, Hood takes the most damage if it will have a survive. So that ship's making it home over two ships making it home overrules the damage and many dead crew they have. That's alternative history. In a nicest, if you have the tribals coming in with their torpedoes, there's always the chance that while lovely Bismarck and Prince Eugen are dodging torpedoes and destroyer attacks, then you've got the... Here's the thing. If you have that scenario, then the counties are not going to hold back, because the counties will want to get in, which means Prince Eugen's going to be dealing with 2 counties engaging her, as well as probably some of the tribals. If the tribals are kept up, then there is an argument as to whether the other destroyers with them would have gone home, or whether they will have tried to keep up as well. So you might have had a couple of them still there as well. Not probably all of them, but all the 4, but a couple of them. You'd have probably had Piran with them. So you would have had 4 tribal class destroyers and a Polish destroyer with them. Okay, that's not going to be a flotilla which is going to start backing off. So they're going to be doing either launching torpedoes or doing dummy torpedo runs. They're going to be laying smoke. They're going to be doing all sorts of things. That's not going to be a nice scenario for the Bismarck and the Prince Eugen, and that's going to change the scenario. It's going to change it. Holland is going to have a very different fight on his hands, and so is Bismarck. Now, under that scenario, yes, if you're looking at them from a perspective of battlecruiser and battleship, then probably Hood does take the most damage. But what damage Hood gets will be directly proportional to how much Bismarck can actually concentrate her efforts on engaging them rather than dealing with the other threats. And that's the other problem, because the counties, I think at least one of them actually just still have its torpedoes as well. And that makes things very complicated for the Germans to deal with. Happy anniversary. It is interesting when it does flash up and goes, it's your anniversary. I'm going, well, I don't really consider this my anniversary, because I consider my anniversary sort of the beginning of my live streaming. But, yeah. It was interesting to think about. It was interesting to think about today. Right then, and... ooh. Well, we'll do that. We'll say that one's at 0315 as, so we've got a few minutes before we do that into that one. And then that'll be 0330. And then I can just leave that be. That's right. Don't forget Jürgen with the 8-inch HE high explosive shell that said the fatal boat deck fire. Well, yes, in the nicest way. What would she? If you're the Prince Jurgen, if you're being engaged by 2 counties and probably a couple of tribals, then what are you going to focus on? Are you going to focus on backing up Bismarck, or are you going to go, I think I'll concentrate on me? Well, and if you're Bismarck, you've got a couple of tribals, Polish for destroyer, possibly another destroyer or 2, and as well as Hood and Prince of Wales concentrating on you. That's going to divert your attention. That's going to make things more complicated. And the thing is, it's going to give them a dilemma. If you're literally dealing with a gun battle, you're dealing with a one-dimensional threat. If you're dealing with a battleship versus capital ship engagement, it's a one-dimensional threat. It's a, we're going to have a fight of this. But if you're in a scenario where you are the one dimension, you're the capital ship, and you are facing a multi-dimensional threat, i.e. you are facing destroyers, you are facing capital ships, both engaging you, then you have to start thinking. Well, I have to keep maneuvering. And the more rapid maneuvering, and let's put it this way, if you have to rapidly maneuver to avoid torpedoes, that's going to throw off your gunnery. That's going to throw off your aiming. That's going to throw off your operation. So you've got to think these things through. Do you think Lutyens would have ordered withdrawal immediately if they'd made contact with such a force? Potentially, but could he potentially? If he'd withdrawn immediately, then he runs off with his tail between his legs. And theoretically, 2 capital ships was overwhelming force, so he should have run away into that scenario, but he didn't. So he was still engaging. He was trying to fight it out. Yeah. I know, you've caught up. Yay! I would say the John Roberts books, and his Cossack book especially, is very good for an addendum to my own tribal battles and darings, but I would say the book I'm going to be getting to next is probably one of the better addendums to get for it. I need to sort out these books and put them up in their holes again, and down in their holes again. I'm probably going to get more time in the end of December. Well, isn't that the whole point of the Prometheus? Is it Prometheus? The class in Star Trek, which do the multi-vector attack mode. That's the whole point. You deal with one ship, you deal with one thing coming at you. That's a known quantity you can deal with. You start dealing with multiple threats coming at you from multiple angles, and you're in more trouble. If we're talking about modern day, people go, oh, well, hypersonics are the big scary. Well, if you were only firing hypersonics at a force, yes, that is scary, but that's also a one type of threat. So they can work out how to manage that. But if you're firing hypersonics, subsonics, and you've also got submarines, suddenly they've got on the same ship, they've got to figure out how they deal with all 3 of those things. And that's the reality. A single-dimensional threat does not create a dilemma. It might be the coolest, sexiest, most astounding new technology that we really almost love to have and must all want and all invest our money in and all think about because that's going to win the wars. But it's still only a one-dimensional threat, and it's something you can dare. Anything built by humankind can be countered by humankind with enough thought. And if they've only got to counter that to concentrate on one thing, they can soon figure something out. If you are putting together a multi-dimensional threat, though, then you're a far bigger problem, and you present far more dilemmas. No, so just a question. If the initial forces would have been enough to make him realise he should be withdrawal, they weren't out to fight around, they were out for convoys, right? They were, so that would be the sensible thing, but again, Lutyens is not always the most sensible admiral. Jimmy did politics. Youngest daughter doing geography year next year too. Eldest did a science degree. I'm sure history level helped her write. It would have done. The amount of students, because remember I teach history engineering to engineering students and help with the academic skills of science, engineering, computing students. Yeah, the amount of them who get to university and go, I've done all STEM A levels. And then we go, that's lovely. Here is a 3,000 word essay. Go right, and they go, I haven't done any essay writing for the last 2 years. Nothing of this to prepare me. Okay, so we have to teach you how to write. Fun times. Okay, let's go do this. We're going to teach you how to structure long-form essays. We're going to teach you how to write in academic English and how to write academic phraseology. You sit there and then there's 1 or 2 students in the class who've done, as well as STEM, have done a history or politics or something like that at their A-levels and gone, yeah, I can do essays. I can do essays. So you're saying that Eugen's Agent Shell that hits Hood's boat and Bismarck's Fitting Shell that wipes out the crew and the gunnery squadron entire might or would miss? I don't know. It would change the scenario, so what you'd be dealing with would be very different. You'd be adding a lot into the equation. A lot of complexity and a lot of variables into the equation that's going to have an impact on what things get hit and what things get done. Thank you, Vision. Megathrow, your favourite in a history case of it, if it's stupid, but it works, it's not stupid. Probably the Ram. It just seems stupid to be crashing your ship into another ship. As a method of... It's basically Dodgems, but at sea, with the chance of not actually being able to get home to safety. It just seems wrong, but it works. Right then. Rather appropriate to use a weapon one. British Naval Weapons of World War II, the John Lambert Collection. Escort and Minesweeper Weapons. Volume 2. This is a good book. These are edited and introduced by Norman Freeman, and this is definitely fun. Right then, so the thing about this book, and I will say this now, if you really love history, it's great because it's full of diagrams. If you're not so, if you want a book which is full of text, it's got a fairly large chunk of it, thanks to Norman, who is wonderful. I don't agree with everything he says, but as I've said before, if you get 2 historians in a room, you get about 12 different opinions about everything. So, in the nicest way, if ever someone turns around and says, this is the historian, I agree with everything this other historian says, they are either lying, and there is always a potential there of a reason for them to be lying, or, alternatively, neither of them's actually ever said or thought much. In which case, they're probably not ones you want to listen to. But most historians do tend to draw different conclusions. So there is a chunk of writing in here. Let's see. Oh, we're well past it already. But the introduction is... Ooh. Of the whole book, that's the introduction. That's what actually has writing in it. The rest of it, plans of ships, Lots of ships. These are sort of John Lambert's drawings, which of course he was one of the best artists we've had. And guns. Lots of them. It is really, really fun to read. It's got good American and British weapon systems and their amounts, and the various things being discussed. It's got depth charge launchers, depth charge throwers, and it really does help you understand it. So if you have the type, if you are someone of those people who wants to build your own models, or who likes engineering side of things and wants to look at the plans and diagrams, or just enjoys having that sort of finite level detail, it's a really good book and a really good series for you. Otherwise, yeah, it's something which is fun to have, but it's not really a long read for people who just want to read a book. Dan Becker, I have this book. That's a good choice then. Yeah. History GCSE. The last time I taught, and I have taught students at a GCSE level doing history, I had two things that were pointed out to me. One, I was teaching them to a level of detail they didn't need because I felt it made context and helped them, and I was still covering all the ground I needed to cover. It was a revision sessions. My students all did very well in the exams, but they were including too much extra information in their knowledge and discussions. And two, the students were doing more analysis than they needed to because most of it was at that time, and it hasn't changed that much to be fair in my experience, more by rote and memory of facts than analysis of events. A-level gets to more analysis, then once you get to university it's a lot of analysis in comparison. I bought this book so I could build more accurate weaponry for my own control navy. Interesting enough, the British Naval Weapons of World War II series has a few editions in it. Well, I've got there's volume 1, which is destroyer weapons, which I've also got sitting up there behind me. Volume 2 is Escort. Volume 3 is Coastal Forces. We are waiting for Volume 4. It'll be interesting to see. I would... yeah. I have got a bit of a problem at the moment in that, as you all know, I tend to recommend the Marcus Faulkner's maps of World War II and World War One. There has been another book produced recently which has more of a a persona going behind it, but I would still recommend, frankly, the Faulkner one over that. There is also the Naval Trawlers and Drifters in World War II, which was produced by Stephen Dunn, for John Lambert's, which is Stephen Dunn. But no, I am looking forward to the Volume 4, which is supposed to come out at some point. I've got 1, 2, and 3, I think. I'm sure I've got 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, I have. No, my advisor was Professor Andrew Lambert. John Lambert was another guy, an artist. No relation as far as I understood. There are a few actually Andrew Lamberts around as well. There's another guy who is a former Air Commodore and very much involved in the RAF history scene. Never teach students how to think. Well, no, what to think. Teach them to analyse and give them the skills and let them go think for themselves. It's far easier. I have had this conversation with people going past going, well, students go this, that and the other, sort of sitting there going, in my experience, most of the difference on the students at university from when they come home and the people go, well, they've become more this way and that way, isn't the lecturers. The lecturers are very bad at passing on any of their political leanings as a rule. It's really not part of the lessons plan, and it's not something you get structured in, and it can cause more trouble than good, and frankly most of us, it's not really something you want to engage with in the classroom, because nothing can ruin a classroom dynamic more quickly than that. I'm slightly more honest, well, not honest, more open on here, but I don't really get involved in my politics, because that's not something for history. Despite, well, some people have put in learning in the leaving surveys on Patreon, but the thing is, in university, the thing that usually causes the big change in people is they just meet so many other people. And I've found... Sorry, just spotted, seeing if there's a spider up there or not. Keep thinking I might be seeing one, but I'm not seen it. And the thing is, I try and keep spiders away from... Excuse me a second. From my books. No. No. Just a shadow. The thing is, it's the meeting the people. It can change people. It's a case of... I would also say it's often interesting, in my experience watching students, the ones who come from families which discuss stuff rather than just presuming you have to, tend to change the least, rather than the ones who come from families which are very much, we don't talk about anything, you will just follow this. So we don't explain why we do this or why we believe this, you will just do this. Then they go to university and they find lots of people who will have those conversations, and therefore they will change more. Whereas when they go to university, if they've come from a family which is new to having those sorts of conversations, they've already had those conversations at home. So when they have them again at university, they might change a bit. In fact, most people tend to change as we get older anyway, experience in life. But they will not suddenly be this dramatic surprise to their parents. And I say this as someone who's had who has had the experience of parents coming and talking to me and going, oh, my kid's saying this, that, and the other. And I'm going, well, yeah, that's not any of us. You've come in to talk to me because I teach this topic, and that's fine. And really, it's kind of weird a parent showing up in university, but because they're adults here, you know, but fine. Especially in the UK system, because in the US system it's a lot more paying and parents tend to pay more, whereas in the UK system they get a loan from the government that theoretically covers the fees and they pay it back. That's how we run it, broadly speaking. So it's kind of rare for parents to turn up. So when a parent does turn up and is going, oh, you're sort of looking and going, okay, you do realise this child of yours is 20 years old, they can speak up for themselves. Okay, we don't always expect them to. I do understand that I can be, and lecturers like me and all of us can be quite scary individuals. So you might not want to do that, but that's fine, so I will listen to you. But yeah, what it sounds to me like you do is you've never had these discussions with your kid at home, which is more on you than on me. And now they're having these discussions, not with me, but with other students and other people they meet in the university. And the opinions they're coming out with when they come home are no longer those opinions which you've tried to teach by rote. In other words, you've tried to teach opinions like GCSE history has traditionally been taught. And it changes the world. As we know, there's the joke when I get to when I start with A-level students, I go, right then, so you've been taught history. Welcome to A-level, where you'll be taught to question that history. And when you get to university, you'll be taught to completely and utterly disbelieve it as a starting point, because everything you've been taught has been based on, this is a majorative, without the context and nuance attached. And we all know, once you attach context and nuance to things, things become very different and very layered. Hello, Mike Newman. And also, some of it is that, yeah, the kids, they get the freedom to express themselves, but also there is the fact that the kids also, they come to university, they meet different people, they have different things, and yeah, it's a changing experience. And then there are people like me who go through university, and I've been taught in multiple ones. I went through 3 doing my degrees. I did one for my bachelor's, one for my master's, and another for my PhD. PhD at King's, master's at Kingston, bachelor's at St Mary's. 3 very different universities, very different experiences. St Mary's is a Catholic university. It's in Twickenham. And it's a wonderful little uni. Then you have Kingston, which is massively an engineering and science university, but also did have, now it's sort of interesting, a very good international relations department. Still very good, but it's one of those things. All departments go through cycles, and I'm part of the engineering team, not the international relations or history team at Kingston. And then King's War Studies, which is, frankly, you can't find a finer department in a finer university, in my opinion. It's wonderful. But all are very different experiences, and all changed me. You know, they're all part of your growing experience, especially when you consider that's one university from 18 to 21, another university from 21 to 22, another university when I was roughly from 22 to 26, because it was 3 years writing and about a year getting through the examination process and graduating and all sorts of other things. So yeah, that's had an impact. But you have that in life. It should have an impact, because if you go to a good university, and I do say this is a good one, I'm a big proponent of universities, but I also don't recognise it's not the only way. Some of my favourite students to teach, in fact, a lot of my favourite students to teach, are the mature students and the the apprentices and the students who are doing earning while learning sort of thing, when they're working in a sort of an apprenticeship scheme, broadly speaking. They're working for a company 3 to 4 days a week, and then in the rest of the week they're in the university being paid to study. So they get their degree and they got their own job practical experience. And that's a very good program in the UK we run. And these students are interesting. These students they have experience, they have knowledge, they're motivated. They're very easy for us to teach from that perspective, because they will go and self-propel themselves. But they bring another perspective into the lecture theatre. Another contrast. And there's going to be a lot of different lecture experiences in there. And then the student who I found most intriguing and who I chatted with the most when I was doing my bachelor's was in his 80s, and was it 80s or 70s? 70s when he began. He then went on to do a master's and a PhD in philosophy, but he was a retired medical research doctor who had worked at all sorts of companies and all sorts of things, developing all sorts of very, very advanced drugs and very, very amazing things. But basically being told by his wife when he retired that he needed to find a hobby. So he decided to go do a degree in philosophy. And I had amazing conversations with him. And I used to play chess with the priest at St Mary's. I'm Protestant. I'm as Church of England as they come in the UK. And yeah, the person who I had, one of the people who I had the most experience chatting with, and who probably affected some of my thinking to the most, was someone who is the Catholic priest. I'm a naval historian. He used to do stuff with the paras. It's a case of these things have an effect on you. Sorry, rant over. I'll tell you, it does happen. I was sitting in an office and parents came in. It was weird. Yes, it is weird. When they come in, it's weird. You're sort of looking at them going, why are you coming into my office? What are you coming for about? Just fun. I always find it was very interesting in the way of things. Can get very annoyed when people don't want to know. Not knowing is the worst. Not wanting to learn is. Being a mature student is a good thing in history. Having a year to reflect on the release of your book. If you could change anything, what would you do? What would you, and if so, what? I would have spotted the mistake about Nubian disappearing from the table and fixed that. I would, if I, oh, what would I do change about the book? I like the book. I wish it was slight. I wish I'd been able to do more archival research for various things than I did. I did a lot of archival research. I'm happy with what I put in there, but there were other things which I couldn't put in because I couldn't do enough archive time. And I would have argued for it to be longer. But, you know, we can get there. Yakuya 472. Hi, are you free anytime this week to borrow books? I will message you on this. Message me on Discord. We'll chat about it. I might be able to do it. I could be able to do it this week. According to the JJ's Warships after Washington, the G3 and N3 made a balanced anti-aircraft battery more difficult. I'm not quite certain. It does have an impact on your anti-aircraft battery, but I have a feeling it could have been modified and could have been organised. And the thing is, the point is, when you're conversing it to Nelsons, etc., N3s, when you get to the Nelsons, you can do some changes. So yeah, it makes it more difficult on one perspective, but you can also you can adjust it. And again, whilst they need an anti-aircraft argument, yes, capital ships do need an anti-aircraft protection and the layered protection. You would probably make adjustments. That's true. What do you think of King's War Studies and History degree? I love them both. They are wonderful courses. I've taught on them, and I've really enjoyed teaching on them. But I would also say they are courses. Oh, thank you, Jack Ray. That's, I think, 6 memberships you've given out this time. Thank you. I think. What was I going to say? I would say you have to remember the size of Kings. Speaking as a dyslexic and dysgraphic student who certainly fits somewhere on the spectrum. I'm not autistic. I don't have enough markers to be defined as autistic by a long way. But I do have some. To quote one of my best friends who does spend her time dealing with special needs students, she actually in her mind, when she started learning and sort of working with special needs students, she mentally defined autism as extreme historianism, because of working with me. And then she came back to me and went, "Are you on the and she's been my friend for well over a decade and a bit now. Oh, must be nearly 20 years we've been friends." And I basically went, yeah, I am. And she went, ah, that might explain why mentally in my head I've tagged this as extreme historianism. And I went, okay. So I can what I can understand of that. I would say, as from my own personal experience, and this can be different from other people, so they can have different views. I was probably better in the smaller classes at St Mary's to begin with than I would have been in King's as a bachelor student. In King's, I would have been one of several hundred. In St Mary's, I was one of 20. In some classes, it was less. And that was amazing. So, a good medium-sized university can be a far with adequate support in place, and that was the thing. St Mary's had exceptional support in its place, especially at that time. They had a lady called Pat running it, who was a wonderful lady who ran the special needs. And I actually met another of my friends through that special needs support, because she turned around to me and went, "You've been a mentor at school, haven't you?" "Yes." "Because they didn't know what to do with your dyslexia?" "Yes." "Because it's so rare they had no one who could help me?" "Yes." "So they made you a teacher, so by helping others you'd work out how to help yourself?" Pretty much that was the idea, and it worked. I went, good. I'd like you to continue that. I've got a final year student who has just been diagnosed as dyslexic. She's got it bad. She's in her final year doing her dissertation. She's having trouble. Go help. Okay. And that's how I met it. The young lady who was on last year's video aboard M33 and will be aboard in this year's video on HMS Warrior, Sam, who I showed you pictures of, and who was on the video, that's who I was mentoring. And she literally was diagnosed in the final year of her degree and is spectacularly smart. But no, I think, again, and she'd managed to go through, I think, largely because of the benefits of the smaller classes. They hadn't picked up on it until it got to her dissertation. And I went, hang on, this isn't matching up. Jimmy, take it from me, I didn't finish my degree. The factories and warehouses are known how the world's a better place for my dealers in it, so I can get that, I guess, that one, Jim B, but remember, you can always be a mature student. As said, my friend who came back, he had a lot of fun. And I would agree, on history is one of those things where you can make a lot of arguments and never know the right answer. None of my best professors at uni worked under the idea that we could express what ideas and opinions we wanted to, but if we couldn't back it up and explain it, they would eat us alive. You learn fast. I can't think of anyone I know who uses that as a teaching methodology. Not with first years. So anyway, yeah, I drowned at a big uni. Went to the local college and was pretty good. There's something called info dumping, where people on the spectrum dump everything they know or special interest onto unsuspecting bystanders. Yeah. Yeah. That is something. It's also something which you see in exam papers, and you have to be quite... You always feel bad for those students because they overload by just dumping all their information out instead of actually structuring it. And that's the first thing you have to sort of work through, is structuring the information. Okay, I taught math lab at college. People who needed help outside class, I helped People at below calculus. At or below calculus. That sounds good. That's right. So the N3 was never really going to be gotten, was it? Oh, it would have been gotten. But also, there is a thing that's sort of interesting in that I'm fairly certain by the time they'd have got to them, they'd have looked far more like a Nel rod than a G3 in layout. Because they were already working down the path that would lead to an Nel rod where you move the gun to the other side of the bridge structure and the superstructure. And I think that's what they'd have probably done. Also, I've been down on special needs roads myself and having a child on similar road. I was talking to a co-worker the other day who has a child with special needs and is not handling it well. If I can be of help, please send them my way. I've gone through it, so is my sister. My mum was probably the living expert on dealing with schools when your kids have special needs, because, yeah, she had fun with them. I don't know how the N3 have a lot to conspire against them. They do, but they also have a lot going for them. It's a case of what else are the RN going to build? The RN needs to build new battleships at this point. If there's no treaty scenario, people are building new battleships. The RN's got the case. The RN's case on building new battleships is quite simple, of going, look at Japan building new battleships, look at America building new battleships, look at France building new battleships, look at Italy building new battleships, look at all these countries building new battleships. They're all potential threats. What do you want to do, government? And the government, remember, might not want war, but they remember enough lessons of deterrence that, well, in nicest way, they do want to go back to that time of happy, peaceful deterrence. And they probably would have paid quite happily to do it. Deterrence is a lot cheaper than war. Or is it? The only advice I gave him is normal, flexible, and fluid, and you will figure out what's normal for your child and work within those limits. Definitely. I often say, actually, I don't like the phrase learning disability or learning disabilities. I don't like it. I say we're all on a spectrum of how we learn. There are some things which truly are a spectrum, and we're all individuals, and we're all sort of... Some of us fit in the box in the middle, but you always have to remember there's that sort of maths symbol, which I tend to draw up. And you have... I've forgotten its name now. You have the box, and then you have the lines out, and it's sort of basically just to show you a standard sort of deviation. And I basically go, in the middle we have what we grossly call in comma normal. Outside of it we have dyslexia, which is all this area. Welcome to the joy. Now, American Human, are any books available on Black Swan class sloops and Captain Walker? There are some Black Swan class sloops, and Captain Walker does have some books, but also Black Swans, I think there's a John Roberts book about it. Let me just get it out. I think I have it somewhere, but rather than me have to look it up. Yeah, Les Brown, not John Roberts, so it's a Les Brown book, and yes, the original detailed plans of the Black Swan class are there. Well, Buildtrons 109 will come shortly, and Buildtrons 110 will be recorded shortly. Sorry about them being delayed going up, it's just been fun. I had mum ill, I had my sister ill, I had me feeling not well. It was fun. Well, what I hate is when schools and teachers in secondary school say you cannot do stuff. Yeah, I can preach about that one. Remember, as I've said before, I was stopped doing French and German, which I wasn't particularly unhappy with because I wasn't the biggest fan of the French teacher, especially in the classroom, because of my dyslexia. It's enough trouble with me doing English. They felt I couldn't do it in French and German, and that was my secondary school experience. But that was a long time ago. That was my GCSEs. Jim, I'm a Jim, and I'm a historyholic. That's always a good one to do. I'm dyslexic, but my senior school I was told I was not very intelligent by education office. Years later, I helped design the software which managed that man's pension. Very good. That's really it. The way I learn is to write stuff down and read. The way I learn is to actually teach it. That's me. I read stuff. I write a lesson. I write a lecture, and I then deliver a lecture, and I will remember it. Next one, dyslexia, ADHD, and autism here. It can be quite a pain. Yeah, that is definitely a fun combo to have. Remember, are you dyslexic in multiple languages? I'm a genetic dyslexic. I'm grouped under dyslexia because part of my brain, because that's what it all was grouped under. But basically, as I've said before, my short-term memory doesn't function properly. Part of my brain just doesn't function the same. My long-term memory is actually better. So I have what's technically termed as a semi-photographic memory. In that, whilst it's not instantly photographic, once it's in there, it's in my long-term memory because it doesn't have a short-term memory to go into. So once it's in my memory, it's in there forever, whether I want it to be or not. Whereas, which is good, but it can mean I am someone very interesting if you try and give verbal instructions to. I can have fun with that. I am an interesting person to occasionally have a conversation with, because if my brain is, I'm more prone to my brain not being focused on what you're saying, just chatting away. If it's running through multiple things, this does lead to interesting thing of people going, "Oh, you weren't you weren't paying attention. You were being dismissive of me," and actually, I'm just not listening to you. I'm sorry. My brain was off dealing with 3 other things, and frankly, I was sitting at a table where you were having a conversation, but you just weren't there, and I don't have the part of my brain which would normally be paying attention to you because that part of my brain just doesn't work. Welcome to my world. Sorry. Sorry / not sorry. Because I can't change it. So I can be sorry you're upset about it, but I'm not sorry that it happened because it's just part of me and I can't really change that. Brian49, hello. I'm late to the show, but I'm wondering if you have any new Ultimate Admiral videos planned and what it works. Yes, I do have some planned. It's a case that they might join some of the Christmas videos, might well have UAD sections in them. Some of them might not. It's interesting thing going through them. I was looking at doing some of the stuff I'm going to be doing for some of the specials with the recordings done through it. But we'll see. With some of the specials are sort of recorded ones, so I'm looking at for it. Alright. Nice in. Mark Hannes, you could argue that Bismarck show what happens when you make the deterrence public and it doesn't work. Considering that the British refer them. But the trouble is, was Bismarck really a deterrent? It was a 15-inch gun ship, and it wasn't built till after World War II it began. So let's be honest, their real deterrents at the beginning of World War II were Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, which are 11-inch guns which were never going to deter the British. And again, there's a difference between the Japanese and the Germans in terms of the size of their fleet. That's kind of like saying if the Italians had suddenly announced that they had 8 Littorios in service, That would have been a major deterrent. And they could have done that, theoretically, if they devoted all their money in industry to actually building capital ships. The Germans, for them to do it, would have required a far more to be a deterrent, because they would need something with better guns that are capable of taking on... They would need to be able to design ships where could actually sink Rodney and Nelson in a one-on-one fight rather than run away from them. And be able to deal with the battle line the British could put up. So they're not really... The Germans don't really have deterrents. That's true. On average, people learning difficulties are more intelligent, which I always find funny. I think it's because their brain... my experience is I don't necessarily consider it more intelligent, but usually they have greater problem-solving skills. And it's probably because they have to keep overcoming the problems of themselves to adapt to the world which is designed to suit the people who fit within the majorative. So I would say that comes across as being more intelligent because of... on the IQ scores. I'm never quite sure about IQ measurement, but I know I peg him quite high, but I'm not quite sure I agree with them all as necessarily. And I think it's the case of if you have these issues, if you have these sort of differences, you have to learn to manage them, and that creates problem-solving skills. You learn how to solve... For example, when I was younger and I was having to write out, as part of my primary school, we were sort of doing stories from the Bible, I always gave the people names. Which, at one point, I was told off by a teacher to doing, because they said it's very, very wrong to do that. You shouldn't give people names from the Bible. But I was doing the parable of the three sons, and I gave them all names, because I could remember them as their names. There was son 1, 2, and 3. I couldn't remember a frigging thing. I couldn't. But I gave them names, and, started talking about, treated them as individuals, and gave them all that sort of details. Suddenly I could remember them, and I could write the story. I could write out my version of the story of the parable. Which is what I did. Why is... Someone's talking... Oh, Dan, why are you bringing up dragons? Okay, whether I want to or not, let me guess. The pickle the sheepskins? No, I didn't look up. Don't look it up. Yeah. Alright, if someone speaks to me in an unengaging way, I mentally build things while listening to them. Maybe 3D rotate the stuff in my mind. It helps me cope. Sometimes, I wonder if that's more common than people think. I have a tendency to do that as well. My parents call it zoning out. Yeah. It's amazing how you can keep a conversation going with people who are both going, interesting. Yes. Well, actually not talking about them at all. Like honest, deterrence is harder when your other actions suggest you won't act, and the guy on the other side thinks you won't stand up to him. No, that's a friend. I suffered the same thing, only it was an accident that caused it, so now I need to take my time before things settle down in long-term memory. Or doing a task by manual. Yeah. That's true. When I teach people, I remember stuff. When I'm talking to people, I zone out and start thinking about other stuff normally. That's true. Yeah, that's the fun times life. Shanika, what if Sharnos had 11-inch railguns? That would be deterrence, and that would be very, very scary. I tend to bow to orthodox and think Germans wanted to build individual units that would divide and tie down assets. They certainly have that as a theory, but I don't think they really go to that one. I've had that discussion a lot, and I look at them and go, yeah, but the trouble is if they'd been... The thing is, the Germans' desires and the Germans' building plans and the German reality are three incredibly different things. So it's a case of, that was what the Germans were desiring in theory. And then they were building... They had this plan for Plan Z, this whole force that we're going to make, which is an entirely different theory. And then they have the reality of the ships they build, which is a third theory. All are beautifully separate from each other and can be kept in their own hermetically sealed boxes. Because, honestly, no one is talking to anyone in the German construction programs at all. Jimby, you could give one line and then pass. Computer line. Ooh, cool. What if the ship's past had technology from the future? Deflector shields on a trireme, photon torpedoes on a first rate. How silly can we get? You can get really silly if you want to. And it's kind of interesting, but you have to then work out how those things are going to fit in with that technology. And how it'll work. So if you've got a self-contained unit, if someone's got deflector shields and the power system for deflector shields on a trireme, you could theoretically knock a lot of ships out. You wouldn't be just ramming one ship, you'd be ramming several ships. Unless they all had them, in which case it would turn naval battles into a bunch of dodgems, bouncing off each other's shields, which would be quite fun to watch. But also, you consider the speed they're going at, that's the point. They're going so slowly, boom, they will then be bounced. They'll just be, it will turn it into a sort of who can push each other one back. It turns it from a dodgems into a sort of rugby scrum. Interesting. Wishes. Whatever works. You weren't doing a blasphemy. Yeah, that will also go. But to be fair, I have I've had arguments with. Let's put it this way: I go walking my dogs on Sundays rather than go to church because I had the full argument. I've said this on this channel before, so I'm happy to say it again. Because I had a vicar who was very strident that dogs, cats, and animals do not get into heaven. And I pointed out that there are many dogs and cats which have had better personalities, in my opinion, than some of the humans I met on a day-to-day basis, let alone some of the humans in history. And if they don't really, if your dogs and cats aren't in heaven and other pets aren't in heaven for people, that doesn't sound like heaven to me. I'll go where the dogs and cats are, which they didn't like. And that caused a big argument. It didn't affect my faith. I still like to think there's something up there, that there is a God, that, you know, I'm Christian. But I'm just call myself the type of Church of England who believes that, frankly, if my dogs aren't up there, that ain't a place which is worth going. Because I like my dogs. And they're better than most people. When I say most people, I mean, you know, quite a lot of people. I like doing my dogs. I understood the question to be a failure of Britain to deter Germany. You can't deter someone who is that upset, who believes that much that they are going to win. They keep gambling. That was the point. Hitler didn't think he was going to have war in 1939. He thought the British and French would back down again. He kept gambling they were going to back down. The trouble is, at certain points, you don't back down. IQ is fun. It was developed to help the US military expand for World War II, so it has inherent bias towards white male thinking. I would say 1920s and 1930s, 1920s and 1930s approaches to education more of the time. But most things have inherent biases in them as systems. Colin Cameron, Sink, Rodney and Nelson, do you really think the Germans could build a ship that could survive being rammed by a Nelrod? Now, foreign captains will have rammed when out of guns, so that is a real danger. You could have, in theory, built a ship. It would just have been pretty big, and the British would have spotted it being built. There's one thing the Japanese can do that the Germans can't do. The Japanese can get away with things. Let's put it this way. It's a lot easier for Britain to get spies to wander around Germany than Japan. It's a lot easier to have people wandering around who can pass unseen through Germany than Japan. Alright, like, to me, the Italian problem is the same as Japanese problem, raw material and fuel. Yep. History idiot. Well, I wish you would change your name, because you're not an idiot. My IQ is nearing 180s, apparently. I never put much faith in them, personally. Jimby, I remember things are best when I remember another random fact associated with it. Yeah. That's how I remember most of my Warhammer stuff, to be honest. Take care, Maxwell. Have fun. As far as I know, on the cruisers, was there a plan for Germany to build larger version Deutschlands with 6 15-inch guns? Or D-class, if I remember correctly? No, basically all their larger cruisers were going to be 11-inch guns. When you get something 15-inch guns, it's not a cruiser, it's a capital ship. Part of it comes from don't really see the Germans operating task forces because they don't have the ships to operate in task forces. You have this dream of task force, but for a task force, you would need to be operating and even have a chance of getting out to the North Atlantic. And everyone can notice you would have needed a carrier, and you would need at least 3 capital ships. I've talked about it before. You would need the Scharnhorst, the Gneisenau, and the Bismarck, and a carrier to have a chance of getting them out as a task force. Even Bismarck and Prince Jürgen have trouble. Scharnhorst and Gneisenau get out as a pair, and there's a difference between getting out as a pair and getting out as a task force, and actually being able to stay out and operate as a task force rather than do a run out and then run back in. Theoretically, the Romans and I think the Greeks, because the Greeks had something as well, could have built a steam-powered engine, but they were very interesting steam systems, if I remember correctly. And look, several local churches have blessings of the animals' days. Yeah, I agree with that. This gentleman particularly didn't. And I used the term gentleman just because I'm being polite. I'd like to see... Yeah, that was the other thing I pointed out. I don't know of that one either. No, his view was that anything that human was given dominion over to look at dominion over wouldn't get into heaven. And my view, because they didn't, in his words, if they have dominion, they don't have souls. And I'm sitting there going, well, that's rather silly. That means dominion you're treating as a phrase of power. I would say dominion is a phrase of responsibility and respect. You're given the responsibility of taking care of these things, of treating them well, and of acting responsibly where they are. That's a difference. There's a difference from being a master. There's a difference between being a master of all things and being a caretaker and responsible for all things. Caretaker has to act sometimes as the master, for want of a better phrase, but that is not the caretaker. That is then they're making decisions with their point of being in care of things. They're in charge, not just in charge for the sake of being in charge. They're in charge for the sake of being in care of it. Remember, is it dogs are non-judgmental, cats less so? Yeah, I could imagine the cats being the ones actually in judgment at the pearly gates, going, we don't like you. Go away. We'll decide where you go. The dogs would just let everyone in, going, pat me. Yes. If dogs really don't like someone, then that means they're really bad. This is my experience. If my dogs don't like you, I am really worried about dealing with you. I will have to have a good reason for dealing with you if my dogs don't like you. If my dogs like you, but you don't like them because you're scared of dogs, that I accept. That means that's no judgment on you, that's a judgment on the fact that you've had bad experience with dogs, usually in my experience. But if my dogs don't like you, then I am keeping well away from you. Sorry, is the British could weaponize an earthquake? What other natural disaster might the British weaponize? Anything. Besides, in a nice way, with nuclear weapons, you can weaponize earthquakes and tidal waves and all sorts of things, if you use them right, or rather wrong. I will remind people that apparently, that one of my comments to leaving was that apparently I need to make a point of saying that destroying planets is bad when I was discussing sci-fi. I do apologize if I've given the impression that I actually believe destroying planets is a good thing. I can believe it's a necessary thing and it could be an operational requirement. But there are circumstances. I think the circumstance I was discussing was an invasion by the Magog in Andromeda, which led to that one. It was a case of the Magog literally kill you by laying their eggs inside you and then eating you alive as they hatch out. Yeah, I think I'd blow up the planet behind me. and saved the people on it a very painful death and stopped my enemy multiplying. It's not a nice thing to destroy a planet. It's not something I want to do, but it would sound like a sensible idea in that scenario. So at the end of war, Germany should be six proto Sharnos as a core, and then start building 15 Sharnos. Yes. I think. It's because animals. Yeah, the Pope said they can and do. I know. The Germans never really had a grasp of foreign policy, even quite what they wanted the Navy to do. There is that problem. No, sorry, if the Germans had waited until 1945, won't the Sharnos class be outdated? By that point, the Sharnos class will be heavy cruisers. But then they'll be in a very interesting world, and yeah. By that point, honestly, if the Germans had waited until 1948, considering the pace that British and American construction have been going on, remember, funding construction in peacetime is far cheaper for the British than funding in wartime. The Germans would have been in all sorts of issues. Carry on. We weaponize constant drill. We weaponize in the 1950s onwards from the support of the French. Onwards, it's the reason the French did not try to invading with rundown of the RN. That's the rain, and well, we use that to stop people invading a lot. Master Run, oh, okay, I looked it up. The O-Class was a battlecruiser design with 6 15-inch guns. Sorry, mistake. No worries. I thought that was probably what you were talking about, but I wasn't 100% sure. So, what tech would you research if you had to refit hood to a 2022 standard? Guided 15-inch shells? Yes, but I'd also want some... Let's be honest. I'd like some phalanx as well, please. Because they can be refitted with sensors to shoot down mortar shells and incoming shells, so they should also be able to take out a 15-inch shell, perhaps. And so if I can have some phalanx and some guided 15-inch shells, then, yeah, I'm winning. Sure, the problem the Greek and Roman steam engines would work, but they could not figure out stays to put inside of the boiler to stop warping. It's life. Good luck, Stafford. My dog hated my eggs more so than I. I have to say, almost finishing the Iron Brew myself, because it is now 11:15. And I should probably head in. Mission, I saw a man walking his corgi work, told him about an Englishman with a corgi backpack. There are many people with corgi backpacks. If you look up Hammy and Olivia on YouTube and on various other things, social media forums, you will find lots of corgis going around the backpacks. As for Anatonium, on dogs and cats, were there specific breeds of dogs used on ships and Navy ships? As I do know it was common to have small dogs on river barges to kill rats. Again, it's an interesting one. Terriers are very common for those, are very common barges to kill rats. And they seem to be quite common on ships. However, I do know there was at least one Royal Navy captain who liked to have big dogs on his ships. And just during the Age of Sail and at the Battle of Trafalgar, his dogs were on the ship and actually at one point took part in a boarding action. But I've only found, when I say I know, I've found one source which describes them. No one else really has discussed the dogs on the ship, so... I don't know if you answered this, but didn't someone write a book on ships named Warspite and has it been done with Warships? Yes, there's been a book done on HMS on ships named Fearless and a few other things. Warspite, I think that was Ian Ballantyne, I think. I think reduced weight limitation, you only get 3 close and weapon systems at best. On HMS Hood, you get more than 3 CIOS. You'd probably get 6. Mentally working it through, and that'll probably be enough. So anyway, I could see a Hitler after 1948 seeing the writing on the wall that the war was impossible to win and go down the Franco route, get himself on a Hohenzollern successor. It's always an interesting thing. There again, you always presume that they still keep with Plan Z. Of course, if they did mobilise 1948, you presume they can devote the resources of the navy. You presume that they don't have a Poland arming, and then the other side of Poland, a Soviet Union arming, and them sitting there dealing and going, "Hang on, we need to concentrate on this. We need to concentrate on this." The German economy is in a far worse state than the British economy in 1939. It's interesting. There are people who go, well, the Germans had to go to war then because of their economy. And I will go, well, no, they're not planning on going to war. They're just doing gambling because they keep having to gamble and taking more territory in order to feed their industry and keep them going. That's not the same as wanting a war. They're gambling that they can get away with it without having a consequence of war. I'm afraid the 20mm will be able to knock a 15-inch shell off the trajectory or even detonate it in midair. Maybe not even a 76mm dart. I think it could do something interesting to the 15-inch shell. History Vanguard. I prefer that name. That's far better than History Idiot. History Vanguard is a name I really appreciate because, as I said, I don't consider you keep chatting away. You're not an idiot. I do not like people having self-depreciating nicknames. It's a bad road to go down. It gives you automatically that sort of image in my mind, and you shouldn't. Holy Corgi, you're still going, yes. My goodness, odd that my grandpa's dog, when we visited, seemed determined to patrol the hall in front of our room, guarding us from the residents. That sounds good to me. So anyway, with hood refit, I mean a long refit with the only thing that remains on the nameplate in the rough shape. You mean like a traditional major life refit in British terminology. Hang on, if you have fear of big dogs going to jack wrestle, they are brilliant with people, but tend to go for the unmentioned on large dogs. Yeah, I know that one. So do Westies, by the way. Richards, I had a pet rat too. Garbage rats. They are a different breed. One of the Phalanx, it was unfortunate the British did not have the goalkeeper system during Falklands War. It could have saved a lot of lives. Sadly, goalkeeper is to be decommissioned in the near future. It was very, very useful. And this much left. Vision, we're having a great dog walking together, however, in upstate New York. It's so warm at 72 Fahrenheit that our lows of 65 Fahrenheit are higher than our usual highs. T-shirt weather at midnight. Lucky to have a cool November breeze. Ooh, that does sound nice. So we may not be idiots for studying history, but people regularly question how I did. As a career, it's almost a monastic profession. Concur. Vision, in UAD, you can't give Hood her 5.5-inch casemate guns in the superstructure. I hope they fix that. I'd like them to get actually some halves of guns in there. Why do we forget that Armour class was supposed to be a 36,500 ton hull, not a 41.2 hull? Because the one that was built was 41.2. That's the point. They always talk about the built version, not the design version. Finished. So, thank you very much, Aaron. I hope you enjoyed. Jack Ray, I still study history. It seems like a lot of systems, interlocking normal systems, somewhat like computer systems. I make money with software though. I get that. As said, when my family are our family of engineers and all sorts of things based on that sort of thing, and I went into history because to me it seemed like, well, I wanted to understand the largest system that humankind has, and that's humankind itself, which is why I went into history. And it's such a big, complicated system. You can only actually really study it in sort of segments and portions which are infinitely smaller. And so I'm a naval historian. Although I do also specialise in strategic deterrence. That's my war studies international relations thing. This strategic deterrence, and well, not strategic deterrence, conventional deterrence and strategic deterrence. More conventional deterrence than strategic deterrence, I have to admit. Mainly because, well, it makes sense to me. Trying to deter people without mentioning the big nukes, it tends to work better. Hi, Jeff Brown. Take care, Night 601. Thank you, Derek Richards. Thank you, Bijan. Thank you, DG40, John Shea, Paul Amos. Thank you, Jack Ray. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for your support. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the memberships. Thank you for all the help and questions. It's been a lot of fun. Hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for just being here and chatting. Thank you, Colin Cameron, Jim B, Bichon. Thank you, Night 6 everyone. Thank you, History and Vanguard. Thank you, Anook. Thank you, George Newman. Also, my birthday was Friday. Well, happy birthday, George. Hope you had a lovely time. Calvin Gaspoke, thank you. Niaku4472, thank you. I will get to that probably tomorrow morning. Thank you, Stafford. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, everyone. And hope you enjoyed. Anyone hungry? Yeah, I'm hungry. Very hungry. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed. And yes, hope you had fun. Good Lord. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Good Lord. This is going to be fun. Thank you very much, everyone. Hope you enjoyed. Take care. Make sure that stays. And doodles. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, Tash Vishal. Thank you. And the pointy thing you found, Melanie, is very, very cool. I do understand the pointy thing is very cool. Take care. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dan, Stafford, Melanie, Sean, Paul, and Jack for all adminning this evening. I hope I haven't missed any. Stafford, I think I said. Yeah, thank you, everyone, for adminning. Thank you, everyone who's been here this evening. It's been really nice having you all. Check, I've got everyone. I've said thank you to everyone for being here. Thank you, Joss. Thank you, Mega Scrowl. And, oh, why has it gone into top chat instead of live chat? I want live chat. Thank you, Jim B. Thank you, everyone, basically. Take care. Have fun.